The following is brought to you by the People's National Party.
Make the trumpets play. Jamaican people want better. Economy coming like stormy weather. Ancestors are turning on them grave. To get JLP, we can do it together. When we look to the future of precipice, we see Jamaica needs the vision of the PNP. People say the bag of promises, them can't carry go shop. And the crime rate getting higher, wonder when it does now come Rex. Jamaican people want better. Economy coming like stormy weather. Ancestors are turning on them grave. To get JLP.
The proceeding was brought to you by the People's National Party. The following is brought to you by the People's National Party.
Make the trumpets play. Jamaican people want better. Economy coming like stormy weather. Ancestors are turning on them grave. To get JLP, we can do it together. When we look to the future of precipice, we see Jamaica needs the vision of the PNP. People say the bag of promises, them can't carry go shop. And the crime rate getting higher, wonder when it does now come Rex. Jamaican people want better. Economy coming like stormy weather. Ancestors are turning on them grave. To get JLP.
The proceeding was brought to you by the People's National Party.
The scale of dealing with anti-corruption issues. So there is a learning curve that we are going through. What is important is that the government supports the development of the institution so it can accelerate very quickly on that learning curve and provide the resources so that they can move very quickly on the learning curve, and that the government does not intervene or interfere. And that message goes to the opposition as well. Leave the anti-corruption and policing agencies to do their jobs. So why you come to me with that foolishness, you know? You elect a prime minister, and is a prime minister run the country. It is time we learn to hold our leaders accountable for their actions and stop making excuses for them. Stop making excuses. Otherwise, go elect the people who really run in the country. And I don't want the right start that stupid argument. Hold the people you elect accountable and stop making excuses for them.
Hello, welcome. Happy Friday. Happy Friday to those in television land. Happy Friday to our silent supporters. Happy Friday to everyone in the chat. Hope everyone had a wonderful and productive week, and looking forward to some rest on the weekend. Thank you so much, as usual, for tuning in. Remember, when you come in, thumbs up the live, share us out if you can. And if you're new to the channel, please show some support by subscribing. That will be greatly appreciated. And remember, guys, the membership is still active for those who wants to join our membership. It is still active. And thank you so much to those who have already joined. Really appreciate the support, and welcome to the family. Let me just welcome those in the chat. Beverly, Doris McCoy, Truck Life, Doglish, Don Mel, Patel Cruikshank, Sonia Ellis, Wayne Evans, Truck Life, Semanish, Esther De Souza, Freedom, Rosa, Yvonne Johnson, Rennie Swaby, Devon Fletcher, Louis Longshaw, Carla Ebanks, Yukol Allen, Noreen McLean, Sonia Graham, Yvette Lewin, Dwayne Thomas, Jeffrey Worrell, and the list is long. So big up yourself, everyone, those who have tuned into the chat already. Tonight's topic is the Compromised Jlp with your host Anne-Marie, with your host Baron Anne-Marie, Melting Pot, and Pastor Ricky. Before I hand over to Baron, I am just going to Load up. Okay. So I am just going to ask you guys to support this barbecue that is going to be happening in Yala St. Thomas. It's on the 25th of April, 2025. And there's a number for more information, 876-441-2284. And it's Patel Yard Style Barbecue in association with Limelight, Leo, and Denzel. And you can see the price for the different dishes there. Fish, chicken, goat, pork, and down the bottom it's a bit cut off, but there's rice and vegetable and stuff that's on the side. So if you need to get the full address because part of it is cut off, you can call the number there on the screen for further information in order to support this barbecue. Right, so without any further delay, I am going to hand over to Byron.
All right. Thank you, wifey, for that usual precursor there. Right, really appreciate that. Once again, I also want to, give thanks to all of our listeners, all our subscribers who have been, being here with us, right, on a Tuesdays and on a Friday. We really appreciate it. We want to say big thanks to all of you. All right, persons in the chat, big up on yourself. Right, Mystic Sensation, Melting Pot, Pastor Ricky. Love all of these people. All right, without any further delay, you know it go. We are just going to go through the usual meet and greet. But before we do that, would like to ask Pastor Ricky to just guide us in a word of prayer as we journey tonight to educate our people and to liberate the minds of many, right, towards, good governance as we truly deserve. Without any delay, Pastor Ricky, could you just lead us into a word of prayer?
Amen. Thank you. Let us pray. Father, we thank you once again as we, your children, we are gathered in your name, in your presence for such a time as this, one of the most critical time in our history. And so tonight we commit the program into your hands, Lady Anne-Marie, as she navigates through the different clips. We pray that there won't be any technical difficulties. We pray that everything will flow and that everything will be done in decent and in order. We thank you for your son, his wife, her husband, Sir Byron. We pray, mighty God, that you will continue to lead and guide his thoughts and his thinking as he educate the populace and those who are watching in the chat and those will come on after the live is finished. We pray that your teachings tonight fall on good ground, will germinate and bring forth much fruit. Bless your son, Sir Melting Pot, and his wife. We thank you for his being in the space to make a contributions to the different topics that are being discussed. We ask that you'll continue to renew his strength, his wife's strength, continue to open the windows of heaven and provide for them. Bless everyone in the chat. We thank you for their sacrifice week after week, Tuesdays and Fridays to come on to share, to communicate in the chat and to be empowered, equipped with knowledge and revelation and information. Bless Jamaica land we love. We ask, oh God, that you will let there be a spiritual shaking in Jamaica, a spiritual awakening so that the people will rise up and go to the polls and get numerated by March 31st, by Monday, the last day. And I pray that they will go to the poll and put the X beside the head, because Jamaica definitely need a change with a government that cannot even stand on their 2 feet, that crack on the pressure and bow down to other governments, that this government reveals that they have no leadership. And so we just pray for a change in Jamaica. Let your will be done and be thou glorified in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
Wonderful input. In the meantime, Melting Pot, just take it away in terms of meet and greet.
Yeah, I just want to say good evening to you all. I mean, the word is love as usual, and I always bring love to you. Even in the message, it's just the divine because love is something that will impart care, protection, sympathy, and empathy and joy. So when, you know, I take to the platform on a Tuesday and on a Friday night, I just want to bring love. I must also, you know, big up the host, Sir Byron, our technical director, Lady Anne Marie, our pastor in the house, Pastor Ricky.
Blessings.
And you know, tonight is gonna be a night when we're gonna dissect and divulge and turn things over, because a lot of things need to be revealed in Jamaica as it relates to, you know, the society Jamaicans are living in. So we have to just come and unwrap the package tonight and, you know, put some clarity on a lot of things that we see is wrong. So tonight is a night when just stay tuned, you know, even if you're sitting on the edge of your seat, pop the popcorn, as Pastor Rick would always say, and just enjoy the program. Over to you.
Blessings. Thank you, Melting Pot. And let me tell all the listeners once again, we appreciate you being here. Now, yes, Pastor Ricky, you want to meet and greet?
Oh, yeah. Thank you. Good night, good afternoon, good night, good morning, good evening, anywhere you are watching from in the world. God bless you, Lady Anne Marie, the co-captain, and Sir Byron, the certified investigator, Regin Melting Pot from across the water, and everyone in the chat. We greet you all in the name of Jesus, our Lord and Savior. I am happy to be in the space. We have so much to discuss, so much to learn together. I have my notebook as always and ready to take notes as Sir Byron teaches. God bless you. Amen. Back over to you. Amen.
Thank you so much. So, Jamaica, we have seen the big thing as it relates to Marco Rubio visited the Caribbean. And we have few narratives out there as it relates to why Marco Rubio visited the Caribbean. But behind the pretext of the United States, as it relates to Canada forced labor and China predatory behavior, as it relates to, you know, China encounter as it relates to government contracts and so forth and so forth. But let me say this to you, Jamaican, woman and brother. I have done my in-depth research, and I'm going to present it to you tonight. That the United States, my Jamaican people, is nervous. Yes, is nervous. And the United States is nervous because BRICS had now become a factor. Yes, BRICS had now become a force to reckon with. We are going to prove it tonight. And so then, apart from the narratives that out there, Mystic Sensation, Melting Pot, and Pastor Ricky will be presenting the evidence of why United States is panicking. But before I get into that, I want to tell all Jamaican that I am a proud Manleyite.
Amen.
And there's a reason. Because of two things that all Manleyites observe and exhibited: good governance and an educated mind. All Manleyites right, bear the testimony of that. So tonight I am coming to you, right, with precise and concise research that we know that we are on the target. We had seen the Prime Minister, respond, and we are not getting clarity from Jamaica Labour Party administration as it relates to where do you stand. We have a Mia Motley who came out in clear terms, and she spoke definitively, concisely, right, and quite apparently clear. Said to United States, no, we are keeping the Cuban doctors. There's nowhere in our programs, right, that could define it as forced labor. Clear. Kudos to Mia Motley in the Caribbean, a lady that has balls more than the male leaders in the Caribbean. Mia Motley is a gem in the Caribbean. So proud of her. Unfortunately, we cannot speak of the Prime Minister administration, right? Camouflaging himself as it relates to, political strategy, right? And beyond the political rhetorics, right? You still cannot get anything conclusive. But one thing for sure, he's sending us signal, telling the world that wherever United States MOU, Memorandum of Understanding, lies, is willing to be an allied of the United States of America. This is not the first time that he had done it. He had done it with Venezuela. So then, before I go there, I now want to, teach the people as it relates to why we need to understand, why we need to vote for democratic socialism as opposed to crony capitalism. Well, if you notice, I don't speak generally in terms of saying capitalism because capitalism is the general market. I want people to understand where I'm coming from. I'm talking about crony capitalism as it relates to those who exercise capitalism, believe in trickle-down economics. So the ones in the bubble, the 1%, right? They are the one who, absorb all the wealth, and they believe that, some of the crumbs will trickle down to the masses. That has never worked. Has never worked in no modern democracy. Never worked. Right? You have seen that the 1% have grown richer, rich, even beyond their imagination. You have seen that. But I want to speak in tandem as it relates to, right, colonialism. And I want people to understand because tonight is living fire. Yeah, tonight I am getting down to the base. Colonialism. Why Byron is speaking about colonialism? Because Europe utilized slavery as their primary business. And so then Europe wealth built on the back of slaves. This is how Europe became mighty and powerful. Well, Europe is trembling now because the world is catching on. Europe has had lied, right? Lied in so many ways, right? Change our culture, do all of that. But we have seen the message from Marcus Mosiah Garvey, true to Norman Manley, true to Michael Manley, true to P.J. Patterson, true to Portia Simpson, and true to Mark Golden. The message has never changed. The message has never changed. Building our black race to be a force to reckon with. Building our nation through good governance. The message has never changed. And so then, I want to show you why P.J. Patterson had come out. P.J. Patterson had come out, one of the icon leaders of our time. He came out and he spoke eloquently in telling us, and Jamaica need to listen what P.J. Patterson is saying. He's saying to us, Jamaica, be focused as it relates to democratic socialism and avoid crony capitalism. P.J. Patterson had warned us recently. And let me give you an hint of what P.J. Patterson said. Honey, without any delay, let us lift up, right, Jamaica emancipation, rejecting the legacy. P.J. Patterson said we have to reject the legacy of colonialism. And we must. So let me read it for you, my people, where I'm going tonight, because tonight is going to be really hot. Jamaica emancipation, rejecting the legacy of slavery. P.J. Patterson. Right? And this is recent. We're talking about 31st of July 2024. Kingston, Jamaica, July 31st, 2024. Statesman in residence at the P.J. Patterson Institute for African Caribbean Advocacy says after 190 years of emancipation proclamation, and despite repeated calls by the international community to end racism against all peoples in all lands, remnants of colonization persist through continued anti-black racism. Here's a special reason why I'm going back here tonight in terms of what we are going to reveal. In a message honoring Emancipation Day 2024, Mr. Patterson said, instead of being dismantled, the iniquities in the international political economy, this is what we are going to talk about as it relates to China and United States, are evidently more deeply entrenched. The plundering of Africa and within the Americas must be disbanded and not endlessly perpetrated to build a world where peace and equality prevail. Take that away. Take that away. Now, I am going to play 2 clips. Then I go to the panel. We are very serious tonight. And we want to educate our people. When we finish with our people tonight, there's no one should stay on the fence. The People's National Party looking good and well-tuned to win the general election. But my people, be warned. This is not time for comfort. This is time that every single vote must be counted. It is important that your input make significant difference. Because with Mark Golden and the strategy of what Mark Golden done, Mark Golden doesn't need to prove himself. In past tense, he had proven himself already. Mark Olin realized the corruption that's eating out our politics. The core of the corruption that stopped our progress. The core of the corruption that seems to dampen us. And every time that the People's National Party make 2 steps forward, the Jamaica Labour Party want to push us back down 3 steps backwards. So I am going to show you something. I am going to pull out situation with China and pull out situation as it relates to white supremacy, right? Within the European context, with the political philosophy of capitalism and the entrenched extended angle of crony capitalism and their agents that out to destroy progress in Africa, progress in the Caribbean. Let us present one of my closest brother who is speaking nothing but the truth. So help me God. Let us go neo-colonialism. And people, I want you to listen keenly on what this, my brother, is saying here.
When I was in Jamaica, I keynoted the Garvey celebration last summer, Ocho Rios. The Chinese pretty much own Jamaica. I mean, the Jamaican government is giving them concessions, land concessions. They're building hotels, beach resorts. They're building 2 schools for the Japanese, for the Jamaicans. And what the Jamaicans have to give them in turn is the right to certain lands, the right to certain waterways. And if it doesn't stop, Jamaica, ironically, the land of Marcus Garvey and Bob Marley, will be the first Chinese colony in the Caribbean.
Wow.
It's getting bad. And you know why it's happening? Because the black bourgeoisie leadership in both Africa and the Caribbean, they don't have to live with the consequences of the economic decisions they make. So if I'm the president of Jamaica, okay, and China says, listen, we're going to give you $1 million in retirement. We're going to build you a retirement home, but we want this, this, and this. And you can loan as much money as you want. You can borrow as much money from the Bank of China as you want. I'm going to be set by the time I leave office. But what about my nation? Jamaica will be struggling for the next 50 and 75 years because of bad economic decisions from selfish leaders today. And that's the problem in Africa, and it's the problem in the Caribbean.
Take it away. Now let me explain. Because every single word that he had spoken is 100% truthfulness. Right? Now we had seen, of course, the People's National Party, right, process loans as it relates to China, but never sign on onto the BRI because PJ Patterson was extremely careful and powerful in doing so. Right? Portia Simpson was carefully, right, and potent in making those choices with China. We have seen that the BRI came in 2013, right? And where we have seen where, and every information I'm giving you, I want people to Google search it. We have seen where the Andrew Holness administration lay in bed with the dragon. Lay in bed with the dragon, sign on onto the BRI in 2019. That makes a fundamental difference between then and now in terms of what PJ Patterson had signed on to and in comparison to what the JLP administration had signed on to. We have seen our backside, our wharf being handed to a foreign entity. How does that look, my Jamaican people? Tell me, how does that look? Can't be pretty, right? You have seen we were processing loans from China, and China, right, as it relates to this government, is using their people, right, in terms of labor force, ordinary labor force in Jamaica. You cannot, no country can do that in China. None whatsoever can do that in China. That's a big wrong. Big wrong. But the BRI program love when the government is corrupt. And so then the BRI program strive to a corrupted government. So when the government unable to pay, they will say, give me this. Your nice, luscious canyon gone. And they'll say, give me that. And other things. We have seen where Chinese occupying local businesses all over Jamaica, paying our people even below the minimum wage. Andrew Owen's administration allowed that. Because of the kickback, the political kickback that they are getting from the Chinese contractors. The sweetening of the deal that they are getting. So I support that. And one will say, okay, so might as well, all right, it is not China, right? Let us ride west with the Europeans. Now let me say this, people. The Europeans are more vicious like. When I say economic predators, through the IMF, the World Bank, austerity measures to destroy social programs, we have to take a page out of Burkina Faso, because none of these entities, as it relates to the dragon and the eagle, when you are dealing with them, you have to be prudent and make sure that you stand to benefit if we have to deal with them. So this is what I'm saying. It takes prudent government. But most of all, the most important thing that it takes a government when you are dealing with the BRI for China and you are dealing with the IMF or the World Bank, right? These European lenders, including the United States, right? In extension, you have to have the ingredients that God Almighty give you to lead your people. What is that am I talking about? I am talking about honesty and integrity. If a government doesn't have that, we have seen lack of honesty and integrity and accountability as it relates to the African continent down to the Caribbean basin. Fail miserably, their people. Siding with the dragon, siding with the eagle, benefiting themselves and leave the people abandoned. Andrew Owen's, when you hear it from me, is one of the worst prime minister in the entire Caribbean hemisphere. No mistake, sensation. right? I love my country. Love my country. And let me say this, I'm here in Canada. And I can say it loud on social media, right? And I know that people from Canada is listening to me. Under no circumstances that I will put Canada over Jamaica. Jamaica is my born land. And as such, we will protect that with our integrity. We will fight to the end and protect my Jamaica brothers and sisters. I know for some of them who are eating out of the trough, even though I am fighting for them with the right hand, I have to use the left hand to ease them off. Because they are blinded. And what the Bible says, that the love of money is the root of all evil. This is where Andrew Holness fail, miserably fail our Jamaican people. Let me show you that there is no love from the Europeans. So I talk about the Chinese, but let me also show Jamaica that there is no love. No love from the Europeans. If you believe that, okay, all right, the Chinese is bad, you understand? I'm going to swing with the European. Let me show you the history, the true history of what they think about us and what they had done to us. Now, let us lift up this document where black children use us. We're going back there. We are preaching it. And then, of course, I'm going to get to the panel, right? And for the panel to discuss.
This is there. I can't get rid of it.
Okay.
So I have to read around it.
All right. My Jamaican people, we see Marco Rubio visit us, right? But they visited us because of their own self-interest. Do you think that they visited us because they care about us and they want to see, you know, we develop and be powerful and then we don't need them? No. No. Black babies were used as alligator bait in the American South. Now we are going back in the colonial time. And why am I going there? Because the persons who we are currently dealing with connected to these ancestralship of these people. These are the people who see slavery as a business. So one who say, why Byron is going back there? Well, PJ Patterson is reminding us that the European process us as business by slavery, enslave us to enrich themselves. Their economic policies designed not to make us progress or progressive, but to keep holding us back. Now let us read on. Tales of infants being used as alligator bait were popularized in the 19th century newspaper and postcard and in racist memorabilia. I want people to see this. Now, a lurid tidbit of historical trivia making the social media round since the late 2000s supposedly reveals a shocking example of racist cruelty in the United States. Past, namely profit-seeking white hunters. White hunters are business persons at the time in the deep south of the 19th and the early 20th centuries using black slave babies to lure alligators to their deaths. Now, alligator bait. Alligator hunting was very profitable in the 1800, 1900. The skins were used to make shoes, bags, belts, and other items. However, white hunters often lost their arms and sometimes their lives as they rustled the swampy waters at night, attempting to attract alligators to the surface. So they decided to use slave babies as bait. My Jamaican people, there is no other nation in the hemisphere of the globe has ever done something like this. None. In all my research, none. But this tied to the European ancestors. Years later, a candy manufacturer of black licorice drops created a distasteful advertisement that featured a hungry-looking alligator leering at a bug-eyed black baby. The ad read, "A dainty little morsel." For decades, the popular candy was referred to as nigger baby. The name was later changed to Nibs and is still on the market today. Still on the market today, reminding us what they think about us. Let me forget Black Holocaust Museum. Among other venues, these claims are elaborated on in an April 2012 forum post asserting that black infants were not only routinely served up as alligator bait, but horribly skinned alive. People, I want you to hear this. I want Jamaica to feel this. I want people to listen to me right outside of Jamaica. But horribly skinned alive, black babies, skinned alive in preparation for it. Alligator bait is a term derives from an activity conducted by white men, mostly in the swamps of Louisiana and Florida throughout the South. These white people were sick beyond belief. These alligators hunters needed to lure the larger bull alligators with human flesh and blood. During slave era, our ancestors in America were only considered 3/5 of a human being. People, I want for you to understand who we are dealing with. I want this to cement. Which is why these sick hunters had no regard for human life. The alligator hunters kidnapped black infants, skinned them alive, and tied their neck to a string and dropped them into a swamp, dangling them near the mouths of hungry 700-pound alligators. These black babies were stolen, caged, and fed to alligators whole. The activity is retold in various forms in research documents, many found in Jim Crow Museum of Racist Memorabilia in Michigan. Take that away. So yes, Marco Rubio came to Jamaica. And so then, of course, Andrew Holness and now wanting to send more troops in Haiti. I want to know if Andrew Holness knows the history surrounding Haiti and what France did to Haiti. What Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton did to Haiti. What the Clintons have done to Haiti. And so then, United States doesn't see what is happening in Haiti, that the people just want America and France out of their politics. They want to live ordinary. They don't want to be controlled by puppets. that they placed in Haiti to control. Now Andrew Holness is compromised. Andrew Holness cannot say no to United States. He didn't say no as it relates to Venezuela, even although Venezuela was doing us the best of good. The best of good. But he turned his back on Venezuela to tie himself, because he's a capitalist, tie himself with another capitalist, tie himself with white supremacy. Andrew Holness will tie himself again with Trump. Now let me take it away and go to the panel. Now, Pastor Ricky, I want you to smooth it down for us in terms of what I presented. What say you on the matter, sir?
Wow. The Bible is so right. You know, the love of money, not money, but the love of money is the root of all evil. That people will go to the extreme measure to commit evil in returns for financial gains. Now, when you look at America, it's not a union that's perfect, it's imperfect. And America has its history as it relates to blacks and minorities who has suffered tremendously, especially during the civil rights era, where black people were lynched, so to speak, were burnt alive, houses were firebombed, churches were firebombed. When I say lynch, hang from a tree, gasoline poured over them, and the segregation where you couldn't go into black kids had to go to different school from white kids. Blacks couldn't sit in certain restaurants. They couldn't sit on the bus, which gave Rosa Parks became a national symbol because she refused to give up her seat as a black woman. And so the civil rights struggle, Dr. King dreamed that one day black people will be free. But when we look at the freedom he was talking about economical freedom, financial freedom, religious freedom, and every type of freedom as it relates to the Constitution. Unfortunately, what we're witnessing now is the same practices. It's just moved from the cotton fields and the sugar plantations to a classism and financialism, where in America right now, and it's happening all over the world, where you can see the poor and the middle class has been decimated, and the rich is getting rotten richer. Greed and corruption has led to new billionaires and trillionaires. During the pandemic in 2020 and 2021, the last poll I saw said that 80 to 100 new billionaires was created during the COVID situation, that they were using a shot to gain money from and a synthetic virus that was made in a laboratory to make billions of dollars from. So you can see the practices has shifted from, the fields to classism. And so now where you see in America where minority are treated as a nobody, if your visa can be taken away, even if you have a traffic violation, nothing is secure, nothing is guaranteed anymore. If you came to America fleeing poverty and persecution, starvation, and a violent environment, and thought that America will be a beacon of hope and a ray of light, those dreams are now shattered, because now we're witnessing families that have been torn apart, parents that came to the state trying to find refuge and a better future, as a result, had children that was born here that are U.S. citizens, but their parents are not. So now we're seeing a breakage and a deterioration of families, which is ungodly. And so the brutality and the wickedness to even want to trample on the U.S. Constitution to overturn laws that gave protections as it relates to freedom and liberty and justice for all, as America code of armor is that one nation under God. And so when you think of one nation, you think of inclusiveness. But unfortunately now all of those things are, being dismantled right before our eyes. And you wonder, where is the American dream that was propagated and promoted down through the years that attract people to want to come to America from all walks of life and different shores. So, it's alarming that, babies were fed as bait, not just baby, but a certain race, black babies in the article you just presented, as if, no dignity and sanctity and decency for life. God creates life, and man in evil and wickedness of the heart decide to take life from human being. Nobody on this earth, including the prime minister, corrupt criminal prime minister in Jamaica, the corrupt national security minister, who's a criminal also, and the police commissioner, who's tainted, political aligned, and corrupt. None of these three people have the right to want to take life from human beings that God created and blew the breath, the Ruach creative breath, into man's nostril, and man became a living soul. But because of greed, and then the prime minister wants to align himself with corrupt governments to feel like he needs to show himself as a strong man. The only prime minister in the Caribbean that needs a convoy of 15 to 20 police vehicles to follow him around to make it appears as if his life is in danger, or he's a big Tapanarist leader, which now we found out that he's a weak jellyback leader that has no strength. Long live the memories of Michael Manley. I know I'm going over my time, but give me one more minute. Long live the memories of Michael Manley, who I met as a youngster when I grew up in his constituent in East Kingston, and I followed him from one community to the next community and listened to his speech. And Michael Manley must be spinning in his grave right now to see that the principles that he stood on and fought for and almost got 3 assassinated attempt against his life for standing up for what is right, when he stood with the people of Cuba and the government of Cuba that was ostracized and being strangled by U.S. sanctions and embargo because they didn't like the leader at the time. The whole country had to suffer. And Michael Manley stood up on principle and says with courageous and boldness in the face of the United States government that even the CIA thought to eliminate him, by dismantling the democracy in Jamaica through political violence and squeezing the economy to make it scream by cutting off resource and financial loans that will help Jamaica grow. But he stood on principle, and he never caved in to the United States of America. He never bowed down, and he said, we will stand on our feet, walk on our feet, but we will not crawl on our knees. And that's what separates great leaders from leaders that are just corrupt and have criminal intent and mind and behavior that has no backbone, but try to show that they are strong men, but they're weak men. And so it's sad that you would think that America would have changed, but now we see America taking a back step and going back to dismantle so many fabrics of life and communities and families. And it's sad what's happening right before our eyes. Back over to you, Sir Byron.
All right. And that's why we said, emancipate yourself from mental slavery.
None but ourselves can free our mind. Have no
Have no
fear for
fear for
atomic energy,
energy,
'cause none
but
of
none of
them
them
can
can
stop
stop
the
the
time.
time.
Oh,
How
Lord.
long
How
shall
long
they
shall they
kill our
kill our
prophets
prophets?
while we
While we
stand
stand
aside and
aside and
look?
look.
Some
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 say it's
say
just
it's
a
just
part of it.
a
We've got to fulfill the book.
melting pot. You're
Won't
up.
you hear to sing? Yeah, man. We all
Listen,
know Sir Bob Marley, a songwriter, a singer, and also a civil rights activist in terms of his word and his feeling for life. Now, let us go back to the inception of slavery. As we all know, it originated from Africa, West Africa to be precise. And so, black people was captured by a pirate from amongst themselves. Because the white man couldn't go up in the mountains to get the slave, you know. So I'm find a Judas that was
silver.
willing and ready to sell black people as slaves to the Europeans. And so that's where it began. And the journey from West Africa to the Caribbean, it had all type of trauma as it related to pregnant woman being thrown off the ship when it was time for birth. And sick slaves were thrown off the ship as well. And so we know,
Melting
as
pot,
Byron,
hold on, melting pot. Just let me inject because as I talk about pregnant women, me just going to put in a part of history where many people don't know that many black women during Henry Morgan days, Henry Morgan pirates used to gamble and cut the belly of a black woman, gambling to say whether it is a boy or a girl. And if it is a boy, the person who bet on the boy win. The disregard for life as it relates to Henry Morgan era. Go ahead, melting pot.
yes, Sir Byron, eloquently said, and as you rightly said in your opening speech, yeah, there is no other nation on the face of this earth that has endured the pain and the suffering than the black Africans. No other nation has been referred to as a slave apart from the black race. And so when we look at slavery, we have to look at it from within. And we can analyze, you know, what was the true reality why black people become slaves. And first and foremost, it was our intellectuality that made us into slaves because of our deficiency when it comes to education. And so we could not think on our feet, right from wrong. And as a nation, we become subjected to all types of elements from outside, as the white men were of supreme and supremacy over the black man. And so the Europeans, as the pioneer of slavery, they enslaved us in Jamaica, and it wasn't a nice period of time as it related to slavery, because slave would be whipped to death, women would be raped, and you know, everything like that went on throughout that period. And I'm talking about the 18th and the 19th century. Now, as Byron eloquently also pointed out, what the Americans were doing as it related to skinning the black baby and using it for alligator bait. And so, you know, everything that black people has endured for hundreds of years, we still see it exists. And, you know, personally speaking, during the period of emancipation, we thought that was the end of slavery within the black fraternity. But now we are looking at a different type of slavery, a modern day type of slavery. And so black people become the footmat for every other nation. And it's simple because we haven't risen from, you know, the ground. We are still lying on the ground, begging for help, begging for mercy, stretching out our hand for some Samaritan to come and give us something. And I think that is our problem. Because when you look at Africa as a continent, with everything that the world has is in Africa. But Africa still remains a very poor region. When you look at the Caribbean, no different. Especially when you look at Jamaica. Now, I think that Jamaica should be a prime example to, you know, getting rid of slave and getting rid of the word slavery. Because we have had some great leaders from within Jamaica who has participated in the abolishment of slavery. Our heroes to begin with, who fought the British and successfully won. And so we could have emancipation. When you look at Marcus Garvey, when you look at Bob Marley, when you look at Michael Manley, P.J. Patterson, and last but not least, Portia Miller Simpson, they show care for black people. But because of this rigid thing that we have in Jamaica, which has held us down, we still remain slave. And this rigid commodity I'm speaking of is corruption. Now corruption has taken over Jamaica. It's unreal. When you look at the Prime Minister, currently treating Jamaicans like slaves, you wonder why. Why would we have a Prime Minister who born in Jamaica, who know about the suffering and the heartache of Jamaicans, because he must have learned it at some stage of his education upbringing. But he comes and join force with the allies who are hell-bent on destroying black people all over the world. So he sandwich himself between America and China, the dragon and the eagle. And him find it as a comfortable space to lie in and destroy Jamaicans. Because I know for a fact that Jamaica should never have been used as a bargaining tool when it comes to making sure that Jamaicans are well served. Now, when we look at this thing that happened recently as it relates to Marco Rubio coming into Jamaica, it is one of the strangest visits from an American heads of state, because this wasn't about anything relating to trade and development, you know. This was a matter of coming to lay down an order to the worthless government in Jamaica to get rid of people that has meaningful contribution to Jamaica and Jamaicans. So we find ourselves with our back against the wall right now, like what Marcus Garvey said. So I'm saying now it's time to emancipate ourselves from mental slavery. Because mental slavery worse than original slavery when man out in the field of work. Because the man they could have know where them food have come from. They was well fed. Now we see people in Jamaica can't even eat something of any real substance on a daily basis. Because working at Jamaica, but Jamaican can't get it. What can go so? When we look at Chinese and the amount of them that has now reside in Jamaica, and we're not talking about the holiday period and a working period. We talk about resident in Jamaica, long-term resident as well, and reaping the benefit that Jamaican should reap. Now that is a crying shame. A crying shame and an indictment on this Jamaica Labour Party government. Because if we go back to the People's National Party, when they went to China and they struck a deal known as the China Harbor Development Deal. And that agreement did not come with any stipulation like gifts.
True.
But now we see where the Jamaica Labour Party tie themselves to China and a thing called BRI, the Belt and Road Initiative.
Yes.
And what we see now, this one come with goodies, whole lot of goodies. Land. I mean, it's unreal. You cannot have people working in the country, yeah, and you're giving them land. What can go so? You cannot have people working in the country and you give them a part of your culture that them parade on the stage alongside the Jamaican. What can go so? You cannot have people coming into your space or your botanical garden. You chop off piece site and give them, and them recall them dragon with them worship. What can go so?
Hit them melting.
More and most of all, here is the biggest problem. You cannot have a country that you sign an agreement with. Yeah. And I'm talking about a $730 million Jamaican dollar agreement as it relates to a highway, a 4-lane toll road built with Chinese funding and Chinese worker connecting Kingston to Ochrias. And now as a name called Beijing Highway. What can go so?
That should have never happened.
That is a shame, disgrace.
For a Jamaican government prime minister to accept that should never happen. Sorry to cut in on you.
No, man, you have to say what you have to say, no, Byron, because this, you know, this touch you know to the core, you know. Because like the government get the money from China, you know. When this government signed this deal out, as it relates to the BRI, them don't get the physical cash angle, you know. Them just get a figure where the work will cost. So them know say this the on the table and this the money I'm gonna spend. Yeah? I will owe them this.
Taxpayers
and whatever
pay for it. So we know
exactly
we are not getting it for free.
No.
Yes, have to pay for it.
So right. So when you look on that now, yeah, and then compound matters more. The man them bringing them equipment, them bringing them workers. Jamaicans not benefit, if any, benefit of very few, and at the way you call now the crumbs them get. Jamaican now develop them IQ as it relates to carrying out the physical work. You understand? In terms of the engineering side of things. So it's like Jamaica always there behind a wall. Where it's darkness, but Chinese come and see bright sunlight. and I enjoy the fruits of Jamaica. Ship back the money to China. Not spend on the local economy. Nobody in a Jamaica no benefit from these billion-dollar projects as it relates to what the JLP signed with China. So we have problem with that.
Yeah.
We have problem with them little micro business them ending up in Chinese hands as it relates to restaurant, wholesale, supermarket. Are you telling me that Jamaicans are not financially well off? All the Jamaicans scattered in the diaspora. We cannot have a stakehold in a Jamaica development. It has to be European, American, and Chinese. What can go so? So here is what we are calling for now. We are calling for a nationalization program in Jamaica. And I'm not saying this for the Jamaica Labour Party because they won't have anything to do with this nationalization program in Jamaica. They will be long gone. But I'm just asking the People's National Party, which I know they must have had some sort of, this type of consideration within their manifesto, that Jamaica must move to a nationalization program where Jamaican can participate in the growth and development of Jamaica, where we can adopt a principle like Burkina Faso.
Yes.
Where we can tell, right, where we can tell the dragon and the eagles to get thee behind me, Satan. Because the eagle and the dragon is like the devil in a Jamaicans, Them two countries that are already down for long now. Because people in a Jamaica and people in the diaspora, don't forget that these two countries are fighting for world supremacy as it relates to world power in terms of military and world power in terms of economy. So it's a tug of war between the eagle and the dragon. And when our leader now carry Jamaica go put in at the middle, where you expect a tug of war with Jamaica? Now this is why America come down and fight for Jamaica. But Jamaica is an island that has its own sovereignty. We get independence 1962. But here we are in 2025, bowing down to America. And America ideology practice that it use all over the world. And these practices are not good practice. These practices are corruption to the core. Because it's like you growing up in your community, I have a guy who every day bully you. How you feel when you're being bullied? You feel powerless. No, our bullying come from the fact that we have a corrupted government administrating in Jamaica, that the US government has a long old file, a corruption upon them. So this government now have to bow down to any and everything where America tell it to do. Now that taking away everything where we fight for, from emancipation to independence. That them the gone, We turn back slave and we become dependent now. Because we now have nothing, we broke. Economy flat. Grind to a halt by corruption. 3 trillion gone through the window. Everything what we have as infrastructure, it divests out. When you look, foreigners take over the employment sector. What can go so? So where is the piece of cake for the Jamaican? I'm asking the Prime Minister, why have you shared everything to foreigners and left nothing for your Jamaicans? No, we have a problem with that. Because, I mean, for too long, you get a free rein, you know. And I mean, because, as I previously, you know, touched on education, when a nation is not fully educated, then holding government accountable becomes nothing on the table to them. Because they are afraid to come out and speak against the corruption. Because they don't have the confidence to begin with. They are telling themselves that they don't even know what to say. So we know we have to be the head teacher for the Jamaicans then. We are speak for them down there. Because we cannot have government in Jamaica carrying on this practices of going right around the world and a beg and a borrow. It has to stop. We have to find ourselves a way of growing our economy and sustaining it over a long-term period. We have to go back to the days when Michael Manley told us to be self-reliant. Because you have to learn that it's not how much you earn, it's what you keep from what you earn. So that now when form a security net for your country. But when you have to borrow money to put in the pot to say, well then boy, you shore up your reserve. You can't borrow money for shore up reserve and tell me say the country go forward. The country not even go backward, the country sink. Country not have nothing. So we have to find a way now to move away from that. Jamaican people will find a way to move away from that. We have to elect the right government. Mark Jefferson Golden, Sir Marky G, and the People's National Party. We have to use that at our disposal because change is what Jamaica needs.
All right.
And we're not talking about change because we have to change. We are talking about change for the better. And I yield back the floor to another member of the panel.
All right. Thank you for that powerful punch, Melting Pot. Okay. Marco Rubio visited Jamaica. Right? What is the main reason? As I said earlier, that United States is nervous. We are going to present the evidence tonight, right? In spite of certain narrative out there, right, saying, you know, what they perceive as to why Marco Rubio comes to Jamaica. We are going to show the evidence that they can look at it and have an understanding as to why Marco Rubio really come to Jamaica. Now, let us show first and foremost China response, right, to Marco Rubio claiming that China, right, business practices, right, is predatory. Let us show China response to that. Without any delay, China rejects U.S. claims of predatory business. We are going to show the people why Marco Rubio come to Jamaica. Now, let us see this, people. China reject U.S. claim of predatory practices. This is what China has to say. Tension between the United States and China escalated once again, with Beijing firmly rejecting claims made by U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio, who accused China of engaging in predatory practices in its overseas investment. China has called on the U.S. to stop distorting facts and to seize what it described as a smear campaign against the nation. Now, honestly, people, I believe China in this regards. China responded to U.S. accusation. The dispute erupted after Rubio voiced concern over Chinese investment in the Caribbean, warning that Beijing loans to developing nations could lead to unsustainable debt. Speaking to a group of lawmakers, Rubio claimed that China's investment often come with terms that make it difficult for recipient countries to repay, potentially leaving them vulnerable to what he described as debt trap, right? Some of this information is true because China practice some of these practices, right? When the government is corrupted, people, mark the difference, right? We have other Caribbean countries that deal with China, right? And have gotten through okay and all right because China doesn't force down anything on you, you know. But if your government is corrupted, China love it because the BRI is going to prosper as it relates to if you can't pay, China is going to take over, you understand? I mean, luxurious items. This is true. Part of what you understand is going on here is true. But again, remember, my Jamaican people, the devil sometimes mixes the truth with the lies. Some of what Marco Rubio is saying, yes, indeed, it's true. But really and truly, is that the objective? That Marco Rubio, the United States, concerned that, okay, China, you know, is a predatory and they're not dealing with people right and okay. Come on, Marco Rubio. Come on, United States. We know you're better than that. Right? Do you care for those black people and those black developing nations that you yourself written in your constitution, slavery, and you have enslaved them for over 400 years? So why now you care? Why now you care, Marco Rubio, United States of America? Why now that you care that China is a predatory as it relates to business practice? Why do you care? Isn't that the same thing that Chinese are hunting, that you are hunting the same thing? You are hunting Africa rare earth. You are hunting the Caribbean rare earth material. Isn't that what you are hunting? Yes. But guess what? You are indebted to China, and China is manipulating you as it relates to trading. So China is winning at the trade-off. China, right, is a part of BRICS that caused you now to be trembling. You know to be trembling. I am telling you, United States, leave the Caribbean out of your geopolitical affairs. Now let us move on. We want to set the record straight, you know. Set the record straight. China investment in the Caribbean and other development regions are not about development or mutual benefit. Instead, they are about controlling these nations through debt. Rubio asserted it's the same thing, Rubio, that the IMF is doing. The very same behavior the World Bank is doing, not only China. We need to be wary of these so-called development projects that end up making countries financially dependent on China. Let me ask you something, Marco Rubio. When Jamaica wants infrastructural development and goes to the IMF, did they get it? No. The IMF turned them down because the IMF don't want to see us as a developing country strong and can do without them. They want we to depend on them and use that as an advantage to take and sabotage our rare earth material, our backside. You make sure your company, right, persons who are on the IMF, they are the one who control our energy sector. JPS, Japan is there, right? South Korea is there, right? And other countries. So when they look at that, they make sure that energy is quite expensive for us to manufacture. Let us start the truth. Let us start the truth, Marco Rubio. Now, this is where I'm going. In order for a country to develop, right, its energy consumption has to be affordable so that they can manufacture. Jamaica has prevented from doing that. The IMF plugged them, blocked them from doing that. So what are you now saying? Now that you're visiting the Caribbean, you're an angel that comes out in white robe to save us? Huh? You're angel, Michael, whatever, right? To save us, to save the black people. You're at the black people rescue. Then if you're at the black people rescue, why encourage and instructed the baboon fool that we have as a prime minister to add security in Haiti? To do what? Right? To kill our black brothers and sisters? To kill our black brothers and sisters? We have our eyes open. And we are not going to make you nor China manipulate us. We are in the space. Now let us read on. China denounces U.S. remarks. In response, Chinese officials swiftly rejected these accusations, labeling them as unfounded and politically motivated. And that is true. Is China telling a lie? Is China telling a lie? A spokesperson for China's Ministry of Foreign Affairs condemned the remarks, urging the U.S. to stop distorting facts and smearing China's image. China's cooperation with countries in the Caribbean and other regions is based on mutual benefit, respect, and equality. While that may be so, if the government is corrupt, China benefit as it relates to the BRI. And that is the truth. Me not defend China. Me not defend, you understand, European as it relates to white supremacy. Because that's what it is. And that is what you are protecting, white supremacy. Marco Rubio, you and Donald Trump are the protectors of white supremacy. And you know that. Not protecting you. Take that away, honey. Now, let me go down in the juggling, because we are getting serious here. Let us show where this is going, Jamaica. I want Jamaica to follow me now. Now, China ready for any type of war. China warning them. Because China, knowing where this is going. Now, let us lift up that. China ready for any type of war. China anticipate where this is going. Let us get there. We are talking the truth. We are lifting up the covers.
For thousands of Chinese Communist Party delegates, this is the political event of the year. For the rest of the world, it's a rare glimpse into the great hall of the people and into the impenetrable world of elite Chinese politics. At its helm, President Xi Jinping, dealing with problems at home and abroad. China is about to present its economic plan for the year ahead, but there are serious challenges. There's a property crisis. People aren't spending enough money here. And now China needs to factor in a trade war with the United States. Its response to US tariffs has been swift and strong. For 2 days in a row, it's put out this statement. If war is what the US wants, be it a tariff war, a trade war, or any other type of war, we're ready to fight till the end. After the session, a chance to try and grab the thoughts of the country's elite. What impact will the trade war have on China?
I think it'll have little impact on China because we treat others the way they treat us.
Our tech develops so fast. Just look at DeepSeek. Look at how fast our AI develops.
Far from the political capital, at the other end of the country in Guangzhou, a glassware exporter braces for the latest tariffs and hopes for the best.
I think the people will discuss this at the beginning, but yeah, of course, 10% is a huge number. You know, some profit even they lower than this, but we cannot change it. Just get used to it and let it be.
However, it's not easy to let it be when old alliances are shifting and relationships crumbling. And in this new world, as China says, everything is changing fast. Nicole Johnston, Sky News.
Everything is changing fast. Now, let me show Jamaica something as it relates to why we need to vote for Mark Golding over Andrew Holness. And you are going to hear Mark Golding defending us like a lion equally to what Michael Manley had done. And you are going to see Andrew Holness bow, accepting that, yes, we are in United States backyard. People, you can't believe it. I am telling you that Andrew Holness on his knees, on his chin, on his face, kissing the American shoes. Andrew Holness suddenly becomes a shoe shine, shining off the American shoes. People, look at this. Play this clip. Prime Minister of Jamaica, Andrew Holness. Play this clip.
Has also been the largest recipient of Chinese investments in the Caribbean. How has that experience worked out for you?
China's been very good to Jamaica, and China's been a very good infrastructure development partner. We benefited from Chinese investment and Chinese loans, particularly during the period of time when there was a global recession, 2008 to 2010. And we used that to support the development of infrastructure, particularly our highways. And that has been an economic boom for us. But in terms of our debt profile, Chinese debt is approximately about 4% of Jamaica's overall debt. What we encourage is greater investment from China. And we're seeing that in many areas, particularly in infrastructure, construction particularly.
One of your ministers said that some of those investments and loans came at a time when the U.S. was busy doing other stuff.
I think the U.S., there's always the fear of Chinese influence in the region. But a large part of that is the attention the United States pays to its backyard, pays to the countries that are part of its third border.
Do you think the wars that we have ongoing right now are distracting the U.S. focus from the region?
I think that the United States has great bandwidth. I think it has to be if it's a global superpower. So it's really a matter of where it sees its strategic interest and how it sees its third border, the Caribbean, as strategic in its global perspective. I think not enough attention is being paid to the region.
Take him away. Take him away. The Prime Minister is telling the world that Jamaica is in United States backyard. And so then, we have to adhere, you understand, to United States foreign policy. Then why do we believe that Andrew Holness is not in support of what Donald Trump's mission is going to be? Now, hear what Mark Golding has to say about that. Without any delay, we are not in anyone's backyard.
Not in nobody's backyard. We in the Caribbean.
Now listen to this, people.
Madam Speaker, many Jamaicans were ashamed to hear Prime Minister Andrew Holness declare openly on an American news channel that Jamaica understands the orbit in which we are. We are in the backyard of the United States. No, sir. What is this? Jamaica is not in anybody's backyard, Madam Speaker. We are no puppet or stooge to any foreign power. We are not for sale. As Michael Manley once courageously said, we walk on the world stage on our feet and not on our knees.
Take that away.
Yes, sir.
So what we are telling them, sir? What Mystic Sensation I tell them, sir? Him bow. Imbo. All right. No, melting pot. What do you have to say about that?
Well, I mean, if you just listen, the two, you know, leader in a Jamaica political space right now, one speak as a weak, pathetic leader, and the opposition speak with the utmost authority and clarity.
All right.
Because, I mean, Andrew find himself, you know, in America, back pocket. And I said Jamaica in America backyard. And him in America back pocket, not Jamaica in America backyard. So
his corruption
exactly. You understand? Yeah. I just saw him find himself. You understand? Because when Trump sit down, and sit down for Andrew Wallace now in back pocket, you know. When Rubio sit down for Andrew Wallace in him back pocket. When Vance sit down for Wallace now in back pocket. The entire Republican Party sit down for Wallace in them back pocket. Wallace not no standing, you know. Because a man where corruption, you know, a theme subject. But a Mark Walden now can speak with authority against any foolishness where them put out there. You can't brand your country we're situated in the Caribbean as being in America backyard.
Out of order.
Him out of order. You understand? But we know why I'm going here. And this is why we are sure Jamaicans tonight, and we've been telling you all along, here is a man that will lift up Jamaica and make Jamaica stand on its feet on the world stage. And that man is Sir Mark G. Because we all know that the People's National Party philosophy is all about self-reliance and having dignity within the party. And if you have dignity in our party, we will lead you, then the country will also benefit from that dignity. And even society will become more dignity and define themselves as true citizens. Live good in the country because dignity prevail. But when you have rogue party like the Labour Party, who we know don't do no work on the ground, manifest them thing around violence and, you know, what you call now suppression. Yeah, because them like to destabilize community and, you know, entire country. If them find it at them disposal, they will. They use that thing. It's a part of them DNA strategy. Yeah, to destabilize things. So even when the People's National Party give them a country that was on the rise, them destabilize it again. Because it's the mode of operandus to destabilize the country. Mash it up, rob it out, sell it out. Them is a sellout. And so we cannot leave nothing to chance. Because we will now become modern day slave for China and America under this Labour government. We want a strong leader who can negotiate very well and successful on behalf of the Jamaicans people. We want a leader and a party that can represent us where we command respect, where the superpower country respect us as a Caribbean giant and not as a Caribbean puppet. So we have to rubbish Andrew Holness and them garbage and big up Sir Mark G and the People's National Party. Well done, Sir Mark. And I yield back the floor to another member of the panel.
All right, blessings. All right, Pastor Ricky. But let me just say this going forward because we have to cut it because we definitely going to have Jeopardy tonight. So we want to cut certain response, right, in a quicker time to have that done. Go ahead, Pastor Ricky.
Yeah, thank you. What the Prime Minister doesn't understand is geographical positioning. What the Prime Minister failed to realize is that America is not his friend. America has partners, and he needs to know this. America has partners that they strategically align with as it relates to promote America's international history and security interests. International interests and security interests. And so, yes, when it comes to national interest, there are certain countries that America, you know, partner with as well as it relates to trade and so forth. But America only friend in the world is England, that America got independence from over 250 years ago. So when the Prime Minister speaks as if he's some friend of America, he got it wrong. He's misleading himself to think that, listen, what America cares about is their interests, and Jamaica is not in America's backyard. That was an insult, and I agree with Comrade Leader Mark Golan. That was an insult to the Jamaica people. America is located beside the Atlantic Ocean, and on the west side, the Pacific Ocean, the southern coast, the Gulf of Mexico. Jamaica is located in the Caribbean, a good distance away from America, but they're in the region that is close to America. So the Prime Minister needs to understand global positioning. And so in his incompetence, he's trying to wrap himself as a friend of America, which I don't know which world he's living in, because America has a time when they don't need you anymore and they just cut you off and eliminate you. And history shows that. We don't have time to go through the different world leaders that are aligned with America and then America get rid of them afterwards. But last point, you have to, as a leader, when you are leading people, you have to at all times show strength and you have to show leadership skills. And this Prime Minister in Jamaica lacks leadership skills, and he does not have any strength. The only strength he has is to break up the poor vendors' stall and have the Metropolitan Police take away their goods and supplies. The only strength he has is to bulldozer down people's homes in Clifton and take away and the only strength he has is to take away people's land. The only strength he has is to track down bloggers who talk negatively about him. The only strength he has is to send the police out to brutalize and to dehumanize the Jamaican citizens and to unalive unarmed young men. That is not a record to be proud of. There's no accomplishments there. It just shows that he's a criminal. He's a brutal, wicked, evil person, and he lacks judgment. And that's the bottom line. Back over to you, Sir Byron. Oh, he's on the phone. Okay. You're muted.
Remember that we said we are going to show the people the reason as to why Marco Rubio come to Jamaica, and we are getting down there and show the solid facts as to why United States is panicking. Now, let us go to U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio, what he says, TikTok. All right. Remember, we promised to deliver that. Okay, so
Secretary Rubio, my question is for questions in relation to the matter of the Cuba Medical Corporation program as well. So the medical mission has been a cornerstone of healthcare in Jamaica and the Caribbean for over 50 years, according to our foreign minister. How does the U.S. reconcile its stance on this program with the region's reliance on Cuban medical professionals, and what alternatives does it propose to ensure healthcare security?
Well, yeah, I think the first thing is to separate medical from the labor issues that we are pointing to. Okay, this is not about doctors. Okay, this is not about the provision of medical assistance. We have no problem with medical assistance. We have no problem with doctors. We have a problem, and I'm not speaking about Jamaica. We've discussed this today about, following international labor standards and the like, but I'm just talking about this program in general, how it's operated around the world. And how it's operated around the world is that basically the doctors are not paid. In many other parts of the world, the doctors are not paid. The doctor, you pay the Cuban government. The Cuban government decides how much of anything to give them. They take away their passports. They basically operate as forced labor in many places. Now, there are places that have better labor standards. Perhaps Jamaica is one of those, and that's fine. But I'm describing generally what the program has been. It has operated in that way in many parts of the world and placed these people in tremendous danger. And so I think we can all agree that the trafficking in labor, be they doctors or farm workers, is not something that we would want to be supportive of. And we find that to be an egregious practice on the part of the Cuban regime. Now, every country operates the program differently. And obviously, because of our relationship with Jamaica, we're going to engage with them on that and talk about it further and have a better understanding. Perhaps none of this applies in the way it's handled here. But generally, that's the problem with the program. It's not that they're Cuban doctors. It's that the regime does not pay these doctors, takes away their passports, and basically it is, in many ways, forced labor. And that we cannot be in support of. Again, not speaking about here in particular, but in general about the program.
All right. Let us dig in terms of investigation. There is no country that reported to the United States or to Donald Trump administration that Cuba is dealing with a forced labor. None whatsoever.
No.
No information in that regard. This is what people need to understand. Right? What evidence that Marco Rubio and Donald Trump, because Donald Trump is the one who is doing this. What evidence Donald Trump has that he can show to the world that here it is, Cuba is dealing with forced labor? Before anybody coming up with perception and think about blah, 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 blah. Ask this question. Does Donald Trump, the United States, have any evidence whatsoever to show the world that here it is, right, in Cayman, right, evidence that Cuba authority is dealing with forced labor? No evidence that Donald Trump just, as a result of what is happening, right? And the scare of how BRICS is moving. Regardless of people who want to talk about anything what they want to talk about and believe why Marco Rubio come to Jamaica. We are going to show the evidence tonight. Now, all the Caribbean, right, particularly the majority of the Caribbean who dealing with Cuban nurses and doctors, deny this. That their program, right, have no sentiments that deals with any forced labor. And that their program ensure that these doctors and nurses, right, who working in their respective country, being paid personally to them, not the Cuban government. The wicked lie that Donald Trump concocted.
But 1 second, Sir Byron. And Mia Motley also said that they are paid equally as the Bajan doctors.
Exactly. Right? So no one seems to be asking this question, why Donald Trump cannot come up with the tangible evidence? Because he has none. The propaganda. So Marco Rubio came on a propaganda mission orchestrated by Donald Trump, causing misery all over in the world. Now, let us hear the Caribbean leaders' response. Caribbean leaders, US leaders. Let us hear their response. And then we are going to get into the evidence of why they are doing it. Here it is, people. Caribbean leaders deny U.S. claims that Cuban health workers are victims of forced labor. As I said, Donald Trump has no evidence of this. As White House takes aim at medical missions, SFG says it gave us proof that workers aren't human trafficking victims. Plain and simple. The Prime Minister of St. Vincent and the Grenadines said his government has provided evidence to the US that Cuban health workers in the country are not victims of human trafficking, as the Trump administration takes aim at the medical missions. We are getting down in the evidence on people. Speaking in advance of U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio, visit to the Caribbean on Wednesday, Prime Minister Ralph Gonsalves said he was confident that the information he provided would settle U.S. concerns about the deal under which Cuban medical professionals work in SFG. No, but he's not going to be satisfied because that is not the mission. That is also a pretext. That is a pretext the United States is using. Just like how they stated that Saddam Hussein did have weapon of mass destruction. Follow the drift, man. Follow the drift, man. Rubio, who is a child of Cuban immigrants, announced in February the expansion of the existing policy to target forced labor and abusive and coercive labor practices. Let me ask you, where is the evidence there? Which part of the evidence there that you need to dangle instead of come? Where is the evidence? Where is the evidence? Have you shown the evidence on any media platform? Have you shown the evidence on any media platform? But you can't come to lies. Just like what you told. Right? As it relates to Saddam. Right? Just the lies that you people, you understand, tortured people with, which he claimed were part of Cuba's overseas medical mission. But Caribbean leaders, no, remember, on a one person, on a one Caribbean leader, in plurality. But Caribbean leaders have consistently rejected the claims of human trafficking and stressed the important role the Cuban medical professionals play in saving lives in the region, and particularly Jamaica, dealing with the Cuban doctors over 50 years. Take it away. So there is no tangible claim of forced labor. Nothing like that. But my Jamaican people, as I promise, here is the truth of what is happening. Let me shape it for you now. The solid truth of what is happening. This is what is happening in my last two clips before I go to Jeopardy. We are going to show the Jamaican people what is the problem by Marco Rubio, Donald Trump, and the propaganda mission. Evidence number one. Cuba. Play that. We are going to see the evidence. Yes. Evidence number one, people. Look at it. This is the evidence.
Welcome to your ultimate pit stop, Piston Pundit. Cuba's recent entry into BRICS is a game changer, redefining its economic path and challenging US dollar dominance in global trade. In this episode, we explore the profound implications of this move and how it could reshape global power structures. Why is Cuba's inclusion so significant? And what does it mean for US influence? Stick around as we uncover the 7 key impacts of Cuba joining BRICS, insights you don't want to miss. Number 7, economic shift from isolation to integration. Cuba's 6 decades under US sanctions have stifled its economy, limiting growth and foreign investment. However, joining BRICS, a powerhouse bloc of Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa, marks a transformative shift from isolation to integration.
Is this the best survival game ever made?
This is the aircraft carrier shelter you see.
Into a dynamic global alliance. This partnership allows Cuba to trade in alternative currencies, bypassing US dollar dependency, and opens access to diverse markets. The Port of Mariel, a modernized deep-water hub, positions Cuba as a vital logistics link for BRICS nations in the Americas. Beyond trade, BRICS provides Cuba with development funds, technological collaboration, and infrastructure investment opportunities, accelerating economic growth and modernization. This integration represents a significant leap, propelling Cuba from marginalization to an influential role in a multipolar global order. Number 6, breaking chains, escaping the U.S. embargo. For decades, the U.S. embargo has stifled Cuba's economic progress, aiming to isolate the nation. However, Cuba's partnership with BRICS marks a shift, weakening the embargo's impact. Through BRICS, Cuba bypasses dollar-based trade systems, trading in alternative currencies like the yuan or ruble. This reduces reliance on the U.S. dollar and mitigates sanctions' reach. The alliance's collaborative approach offers Cuba funding, shared growth opportunities, and financial freedom, contrasting sharply with restrictive U.S. policies. As BRICS explores alternative financial systems, including a potential common currency, Cuba not only escapes economic constraints, but gains influence in shaping global financial frameworks. This transformation reflects the declining power of unilateral sanctions in today's interconnected world, highlighting Cuba's growing role in a multipolar global order. Number 5, biotech brilliance, Cuba's rising global role. Cuba has emerged as a leader in biotechnology and healthcare innovation, earning global recognition for its groundbreaking vaccines and affordable treatments despite economic hardships. Joining BRICS enhances Cuba's ability to collaborate on large-scale vaccine research, pharmaceutical development, and healthcare initiatives. For example, Cuba's expertise in producing cost-effective vaccines can address global health crises, while partnerships with India and China, leaders in pharmaceuticals, amplify its research capabilities. BRICS membership also provides resources to modernize Cuba's research infrastructure, attract international investment, and train new scientists. These advancements not only strengthen its biotech industry, but position Cuba as a key player in solving global challenges. By leveraging BRICS collaboration, Cuba demonstrates how even smaller nations can make substantial contributions to health innovation and sustainability on a global scale. Before we delve deeper, do us a favor and smash that like and subscribe button. This helps us reach more auto enthusiasts just like you. Now let's shift gears and steer towards our next point. Number 4, green energy revolution, Cuba's sustainable future. Cuba's reliance on fossil fuels has created environmental and economic vulnerabilities. With BRICS membership, the nation gains a pivotal opportunity to modernize its energy infrastructure and embrace renewable solutions. BRICS leaders, particularly China and India, offer access to advanced solar, wind, and hydroelectric technologies. For example, India's International Solar Alliance could extend initiatives to Cuba, while China's expertise in battery storage and grid modernization supports energy stability. By adopting renewable energy, Cuba can reduce its carbon footprint, cut dependence on imported fuels, and address frequent energy shortages. Collaborative projects, such as solar farms and wind plants, can provide sustainable power while fostering economic independence. Cuba's renewable energy transformation also sets a regional example for climate resilience, positioning it as a forward-thinking BRICS member contributing to global sustainability efforts. Number 3, strategic advantage, the Port of Mariel. Cuba's prime Caribbean location is a strategic advantage for BRICS trade. The Port of Mariel, just 30 miles from Havana, is a modern deep-water hub capable of handling large cargo shipments and connecting markets across North, Central, and South America. With interest from BRICS nations like China and Brazil, the port could become a key logistics gateway. Its proximity to the Panama Canal enhances its value as a transit point for goods between the Pacific and Atlantic. Beyond trade, Mariel holds potential for innovation. Investments could establish technology parks, research centers, and manufacturing hubs, boosting Cuba's economic output and solidifying its role in BRICS's global supply chain. This strategic positioning strengthens Cuba's economic influence and aligns it with BRICS's mission to expand its footprint in the Western Hemisphere. Number 2, outdated strategies, the decline of unilateral policies. Cuba's integration into BRICS exposes the limitations of unilateral policies like the U.S. embargo. Once seen as an effective tool to isolate Cuba, these sanctions now seem outdated in a world moving toward multilateral cooperation. The embargo sought to restrict Cuba's economy, but BRICS offers an alternative. By trading with Russia and China in non-dollar currencies, Cuba bypasses many embargo constraints.
As a prop trader, the worst way to spend your time is waiting for due payouts. Not with Hola Prime. Join Hola Prime. Their solid 10-point payout system ensures you get your simulated profits in your pocket within 1 hour, every single time.
Right versus green bananas. Unlock the truth to better digestion.
Can't go? Do this.
BRICS development banks further provide access to funding blocked by US-led systems, enabling infrastructure projects and economic growth. This shift highlights the declining power of sanctions as a foreign policy tool. In today's multipolar world, alliances like BRICS empower smaller nations like Cuba to thrive despite opposition from major powers, showcasing the diminishing relevance of unilateral actions in fostering global economic interdependence. Number 1, geopolitical shift, Cuba's global comeback. Cuba's entry into BRICS is more than economic. It's a bold geopolitical move. Aligning with an alliance that challenges Western dominance, Cuba embraces a vision of multipolarity, redistributing global power more equitably. For decades, Cuba faced economic suppression, but BRICS membership offers protection against such pressures and provides a platform to influence global policymaking. Key players like Russia and China have long advocated for reducing reliance on Western systems, and Cuba's inclusion enhances BRICS' strategic presence in the Americas. Beyond geopolitics, Cuba's expertise in biotechnology, renewable energy, and agriculture adds value to BRICS, enabling the alliance to tackle global challenges like climate change and food security. By joining BRICS, Cuba strengthens its global standing and becomes an essential bridge between the alliance and the Western Hemisphere. Final thoughts: paving a new path. Cuba's entry into BRICS signals a transformative journey from decades of isolation to becoming a pivotal player in reshaping the global order. Cuba's future in BRICS holds immense potential for both the nation and the alliance. As this chapter unfolds, the world will be closely watching how it redefines its global role. What's your perspective on Cuba joining BRICS? Will this partnership diminish U.S. dominance? And how will Cuba utilize its strategic assets and innovative capabilities to impact global trade and geopolitics? Share your thoughts and experiences in the comments below.
So, as we say, bringing forward the evidence to bear, regardless of what any other narrative out there saying, we are showing you real evidence as it relates to why, right? Donald Trump sent out his propaganda agent Marco Rubio, right, to twist arms. It is to the fact that Cuba, right, joined the BRICS. Now, let us look and ask the question. Why the United States is so troubling in imposing sanctions on only 2 countries in the Caribbean? The Cuban and Venezuela. Because it is Cuba and Venezuela who join BRICS. Let me show you Venezuela. Oh, yes. US President threatened BRICS. Let us show, and this is the real evidence.
US President Donald Trump issued a stern warning to BRICS member countries in the efforts to reduce their dependence on the US dollar in international trade. In a publication on the social network Truth Social, the US President assured that he will not allow the creation of an alternative currency or the backing of currencies that challenge the supremacy of the dollar, threatening to impose 100% tariffs on members of the BRICS and exclude them from the US market if they persist in their attempts. Since 2023, the BRICS has been discussing the possibility of creating a common currency backed by commodities, an initiative that, although still at a theoretical stage, is causing concern in sectors of the US politics.
Okay.
The U.S. government ordered on Thursday the freezing of federal aid funds earmarked for non-governmentals dedicated to assist migrants. According to a document published by the Department of Homeland Security, the agency expressed concerns about the use of government funds, alluding to the possibility that they may be used to promote and induce illegal migration. The directive instructs the department staff to conduct a review of all non-governmental organizations dealing with migration and investigate whether money is being used for illegal purposes. As a matter of fact, local authorities have prosecuted non-governmental organizations serving migrants in U.S. border cities.
Okay.
All right. Take that away. Right. So we brought the evidence, and then we asked one particular question. Why the United States have interest in Venezuela and Cuba? That United States want to sanction these two countries within the Caribbean. The one commonality that we found is that Venezuela, giant BRICS, Cuba, giant BRICS, and then, of course, the tensions of sanctions coming down, right? The pretext and the lies and the propaganda as it relates to forced labor and this and that and this and that, right? Want to know, pressure Cuba for the simple reason to the fact that Venezuela and Cuba join BRICS. What say you on this, Pastor Ricky?
Yeah, if you recall, 2 weeks ago, I sent everybody the Google thing that says Cuba joined BRICS or was invited to join BRICS as a partner nation in October 2024. And we said this on this program last Friday night that the reason why the Americans are nervous and are fearful is because it's going to liberate Cuba. Cuba is going to become the Dubai of the Caribbean. And it's sad because China is going to help to build up Cuba to slap in America's face. And China and Russia will now probably want to bring warships to Cuba because they have reason to, because they're doing trade. And once Cuba joined BRICS, as the article says, they now are open to so many things. I wrote down a few of them. They're open. Number one, they're open to geopolitics shift, protecting against the U.S. embargo. Number two, they are now have the opportunity to move away from outdated policies. They also, number three, they are strategically have the advantage with the seaport, Mariel. Number four, they have new opportunities to create renewable energy and technology. Number five, they can do biotech. I mean, they have the biotech brilliant to do healthcare and innovation and new medicine and vaccines. Number six, they are breaking the U.S. embargo that's been strangling Cuba for 60 years. And number seven, integration. They are now going to be joining member countries, elite countries of the world that has big economies like Russia and China. And so America one of the things Donald Trump needs to understand is that his arrogance and attitude is going to push a lot of countries away from America when he keeps threatening other countries with tariff, and so one of the things that he's not realizing that his behavior is going to diminish America. And one last point, in the Bible, there are four empires: the Babylonian Empire, the Persian Empire, the Greek Empire, and the Roman Empire, and they all fell. So what we're witnessing, and I live in the United States, and I'm not anti-America, but the truth is the truth based upon biblical prophecies, which I don't want to get into right now. What we're witnessing is the fall of America dominance in the world. And so when the BRICS nation and their digital currency come online the way they anticipate, it's going to be a big challenge to the US dollar. And that's the fear of America. And one last point, it's sad that the prime minister in Jamaica, because he's compromised and he's going to be the first prime minister to go to prison. Believe a lie, Rubio did not present any evidence, as you stated, at their meeting on Wednesday, but he believed a lie and jumped on a lie, and now they're sending the Cuban doctors home on a lie, saying that their contracts has expired. And why all of a sudden their contract has expired? So it just shows you that Cuba is going to be developed into a great country. All of the stifling them and choking them and strangling them from, flourishing economically and so forth. Those days are going to be over shortly. And it's a good thing for Cuba. And I'm just grateful because nobody should suffer. You shouldn't strangle a whole country because you don't like the leader and you want the people to rise up and overthrow the leader. That's just not the right thing to do. Over to you.
Okay, Melting Pot, take it right away because we have Jeopardy coming up. Go ahead, Melting Pot.
Now let's look at 60 years of trade embargo that has been, sanctioned against the Cubans by the Americans. And what now it has to do with America now realizing that Cuba is releasing themselves from the trade embargo. That is the problem.
That is it.
Yeah, you understand?
Yeah.
And this is, we know Donald Trump, yeah, he does not like to be seen as a person that cannot orchestrate changes.
Yes.
You understand? But now changes is happening around him as it relates to the 5 countries that sit down and farm bricks. And now he's seen that there are additional members, including Cuba,
yes,
Venezuela,
yes,
Argentina, Egypt, and Saudi Arabia, and the United Arab Emirates. And now that in a sense sends shockwave up Donald Trump's spine.
Right.
Because Donald Trump is looking at some very established, powerful country now. When you look at the United Arab Emirates, round there so powerful. Very, very powerful. When you look at India, who now has the 3rd largest economy, along with China, who has the 2nd largest economy, and along with Venezuela, who have the world's largest oil resource. Then Cuba don't need America, for sure. Because Cuba now will be adopted by American, what you call it now, counterparts, as it relates to global warfare.
BRICS.
Yes. Because here is Donald Trump tell you that he don't want another currency to come and challenge the American dollars. By all means, he's not for that. So now we are seeing the smoke screen. And they're using Jamaica as a decoy because the leader down the corrupt and them have him file. So them use him as a decoy to strengthen their position against Cuba, having any form of what you'd call now economic growth as it relates to their doctors and nurses being, dispatched all over the world and earning. Because America wanted Cuba to suffer, just like how they wanted the Jamaican economy to squeal back in the days.
Exactly.
So these are the prime example, Byron and Pastor Ricky, I will not
Yes.
leave out Lady Ann because she our technical director. She know everything we are going behind the scene. I don't know your advice. But we all know. We all know what is the problem facing America. You understand?
Of course.
Because, come on, America should understand that the world was not going to sit down and just leave you to be the superpower in economic and in what you call now war and all these things. You know, somebody will have to remove you off your perch.
Yes.
Well, China Pharma Alliance, known as the BRICS, and them come to move America off the top shelf.
Yeah.
Well, we know say that tug of war between both parties. If you want to call it Dragon Eagle, USA, China, or call it US currency versus the BRICS. Any one of the narrative. But it's a tug of war we see. It's a tug of war we see a play out right now. You understand?
Exactly.
And here is Jamaica now. Find himself sandwiched between the dragon and the eagle. Having no voice, Prime Minister coming like Indicum dog without teeth, can't speak, becomes weak and pathetic, and him a tremble and him countenance, you look on it, you see like a man of fret. Like him out to face the gallas. Just look on him countenance recently. The Prime Minister is suffering from mental derangement.
Yes.
Because there's certain things hanging over his head and the days are numbered as it relates to September. September will be the moment of truth in Andrew Wallace's life.
All right.
When the People's National Party do a clean sweep, and Andrew Wallace now not only weak, but get weaker. Kind weak right now, you know. But come September, I'm going to go weaker. Because all the protection around Andrew Wallace will fall away like the walls of Jericho or the walls of Berlin.
Amen.
So now we start to see geopolitics now at play and Jamaica get involved because when you licky, you know, and you borrow, you know, and you thiefy, you know, then you know, so well, then you have no substance now to stand up. The man thiefy, man. The man thief US currency and Barrett and do no work with it, you know. And America know him get loan package and him steal it, America know. So him thiefy.
Yeah.
New word. I gotta use that word, thiefy.
He get donations.
Yes, donation.
Yeah, I use it.
Yeah. Yeah, panelists, him borrow loan and not do nothing where borrow it for, you know. That's why Jamaica have no infrastructure growth. You want to tell me all the money where Jamaica borrow and we can't see no sign of development? Come on, what can go so? Where are all these money gone? Right. And then now, to just show it in a more prospective light, $3 trillion gone missing. What can go so?
What can go so?
And
so, come in, Pastor Ricky.
No, I was telling you, and SSL money gone, and him go to prison, and because him chose the wrong side, he chose America, and that's why I'm got India for final. Could I get in our BRICS? But no, America dry him up, so he chose side of America. Him chose the wrong side.
But Pastor Ricky,
are you going to pray for him when he's going to prison?
Huh?
Are you going to pray for him when he's going to prison?
No, I want up on the jury. I been a seven want up on the jury.
One thing me want to do when Andrew go to prison is give him 470 million lashes in.
And the same amount of lash.
Yeah, you know who want to try?
Yeah.
you know who want to try? Judge 200 years.
My God.
Judge 200 years.
Yeah.
Right? All right.
Yeah, man.
Finish up.
So we are looking for now a kleptocratic government that, you know, find himself now with him back against the wall. And that's why people must pay close attention to when we have civil rights leaders who speak. Yes. And this is one of Marcus Garvey famous line. Black man will never know himself till him back against the wall. Well, we know Andrew Wallace is a white man, and he might go and proclaim himself to be white man, trim up this light shade of color. But Andrew, we know you're a black man, and we know, so well, then right now you have all mystery name surround you. You understand? So, your back is against the wall. I mean, I know if you feel like China or America can prevent prison from consuming your soul. Because there's certain arrests in a prison, you know.
Yeah.
There's no two ways about it. No two ways about it. None of the allies where you have aligned yourself with can't stop you. Because Andrew look like if you get to Jamaica is a sovereignty nation with its own laws of constitution. You understand? So them allies that can't stop you from going to prison. You understand?
Well, Marlon said, remember him take the transmission money too, you know.
Well, of course.
Marlon is right.
Definitely.
They said the Supreme Court kick out the Portmore
yeah,
thing.
We're going to put it up now. All right. Put it up. We can put it up. Right. But mention about to finish.
Yes, man. You know, because we are cut and go through tonight, you know. Yeah. We have so much on the line.
Let us put up the thing.
Yeah. Ruling.
All right. Share. Okay, all right. Good news, people. Good news, comrade. Good news, all manly Ikes. This is a long-term Malamash, what do you call him? Mumalashi. Now get him wish. Yes, this is an old vampire. Now get him wish. Now here it is. Government, PNP claim victory as court lifts Portmore Parish Law injunction. Right? The opposition People's National Party, PNP, and the government are claiming victory after the Supreme Court lifted an injunction blocking the enforcement of the Portmore Parish Law. Victory, yes. The ruling follows the government's unequivocal undertaking not to bring the law into operation until constitutional requirements for changing constituencies boundaries are complied with. Yes. Chief Justice Brian Sykes issued the order Friday following legal arguments between members of the PNP and the government over whether an interim injunction imposed on March 21st should continue until a lawsuit brought by PNP members is tried. And then, okay, how many cases Andrew Wallace have lose in the PNP?
This is the seventh one.
About the Constitution.
You understand?
That the Constitution.
Criminal corrupted government. Criminal corrupted criminal corrupted government. Right? Right. Read the rest of it. Let
me just go down to the part where they said it cannot come into effect until January 2026.
All right. So we'll on there because more to read. Read it on it.
Former ECJ chairman Professor Earl Miller said the earliest Portmore can become a parish is February 2026. If there is compliance with the Constitution of Jamaica, then the earliest time that Portmore can become a parish is February 2026.
After we kick them out.
This is because the Constitution of Jamaica is pellucidly specific as to when electoral boundaries can be changed, which is during a 2 to 4 year period of general review, which is 4 years after the last period of review. The last general review ended in February 2022, right. He said in an opinion published on his blog earlier this month.
All right. So there it is. You understand Andrew Wallace? You understand to show you how corrupted he is? Everything he wants to breach the constitutional laws. He wants to do everything that is wrong. He is a Satan. People, let me tell you something right now. You want to see how much case that the People's National Party, you understand, hold them up in court and the People's National Party won them. Because it's simple. You understand? Anti-homeless government, right? Entire administration is a kleptocratic government. They are criminal-minded. Most of them are criminal. You understand? And them do everything against the Constitution. You understand? So, me glad you have honest judge, right, reining them in. You understand? To say, no, we're not going to get you with the criminality. We're not going to get you with the criminality. That's why we're telling you in Jamaica that the jurisprudence situation in Jamaica, you understand, some judges, you understand, them have it locked. You understand, them have it locked. And trust me, they are not going to corrupt themselves. I'm glad for that. It's like for the DPP and the old. Hey, go on, take it.
Let me say this real quick, because I know we're about to go, but tomorrow the ECJ offices are open till 12 noon.
Yes.
So please go out, get numerated, get on the register list to vote, because the election will be called before the next time when the numeration, I think it's in November.
Right.
So this would be the last time. And then one last thing, be careful of the Jamaica Criminal Party. They have this farm worker ID fraud scam going on, where they're promising people to give them farm work card to go overseas. But the truth of the matter is to register people to vote for them. And most of the people who register to farm work will not get it till after the election. So they're just using people to get people to vote, and they're giving out cements, bricks, sun, money.
Corruption, them man. Corruption, them.
One for Easter. Them so desperate. Them start. So you can tell election is right around the corner. It could be any day they might call it. So people on the dome sell out on a vote.
No.
This is the most consequential election. Run them. Don't take nothing from them. Because if you take from them, they're going to say you owe them. And who knows what these criminals will do to you. Thank you, sir.
You know what I'm saying now? Whether they want a bun with them logo upon it, or they want give a water as it relates to Darren Vaz and his wife, with them logo upon him truck, they give a water. What a criminality, what a corruption. No matter what they want with the paper. Listen to me, because I'm making partner change the idea there, you know. We know the Pastor Ricky, you understand, it's different from that, and that is okay. But true, we want to punish them because we know their taxpayers' money, you know. We have to take it, yam it, and vote them out. What is the main thing, Pat?
Oh, you mean? Vote them out. Done them out.
Done them
Take them money and done them out and run them out.
Yam them out.
You understand? Hey, yeah, man. Because them are go out. Because them have to go out. And me could just say something. Yeah, and me could just say.
Because buying votes are illegal. I mean, teach the Jamaica Labour Party administration a lesson.
We have to teach them a lesson.
Votes are illegal. So since you want to buy a vote, take the money. We get more speak properly, and then we speak in a part. And take the money, eat them out, and vote them out. Part. Take your money, yam them out, and vote them out. What is the melting pot?
Well, we said take the money, eat them out, run them out. Because them have to out, you know.
All right.
Them have to go out.
You want my wife to say now, the Jew man. Byron, mix up in that. Don't mix up in that, please.
But we could touch back on where the court do. With Terry Langton project to turn Portmore in a parish.
Yeah.
Well, we know the judge now, you know, use all the variances at his disposal and show them consequential. So, well, then it wouldn't even become effective until 2026.
2026.
But people in a Portmore, remember, I want to know, say Mark Wallen, not for this, you know. Mark Wallen is not for Portmore to become an additional parish. So, you know, Mark Wallen, I'm going to move it off of the table completely.
Yeah.
That's why I want to have to give him the clean sweep where he need. So him can move them little corruption off of the table and make Portmore be as it is, because Portmore is good at it as it is, because Portmore cannot become a parish without certain basic anonymity as it relates to things that will serve Portmore as a parish. Because no parish can depend on the next parish to provide the basic commodities that its citizens in the parish need. And I yield back the floor.
Yeah, he wants them to have the infrastructure and the basic necessity first before they talk about parish.
All right. No,
Yeah.
wife, you don't know Jeopardy people, them are line up and are waiting on because
Yeah, man, big respect.
I want to take a few cards first before we hand it over to Jeopardy. And we are giving 10 minutes for people calling. People want to call in now. Melting Pot is on the platform. Pastor Richie is on the platform. Call in, man. People call in and make we talk, man.
Where's Sister Pat there? Come in, Sister Pat.
Oh, Sister Pat. I'm going to Sister Pat calling. Right? Call. You understand? This is a call time now. We are take call. Anything that
man.
What you want to ask.
Right. Yeah, we are here. Just quickly we'll address it quick and fast.
You understand? Whether you want to pose it to Melting Pot, pose it to Pastor Ricky, or pose it to Byron, or pose it to the technical operator, then of course we are here. Remember, the technical operator is definitely a registered nurse. Anyone who have question as it relates to healthcare can pose a question to wifey as a registered nurse. And my virgin Urel.
Patricia. And you can call with your opinion as well.
That's why I love my sister. And I think my sister left me out. My sister called me, go on party the funny. All right. All right. Remember me told you.
No, the Prime Minister went somewhere up at St. Mary, was then turn on water. And God the water, them pure water to take up back. What can go so?
Oh, what I said?
It's on social media.
Well, I'm going to find out.
My 2 pieces, 2 cents.
Yes.
Jamaican people, we send for others. Especially we barely can feed ourselves and send people to school. They are going to share mistake loan some of the blackers them. Who not know for share, how somebody can show you for share. Everything these gentlemen talk is come to pass. What more can you say? What more you want? No. Andrew Wallace, as a Prime Minister, born in Jamaica. No. People, put the color aside and talk about facts. Andrew Wallace is a wolf. Andrew Wallace, me say you're going dead the death. Satan no want you. Satan dispatch you so no whisper you go. All time people say you're pass like a pocketary, but you are pass pocketary. Brother, when you look at the man body language with Rubio, them have a hand on him in the private meeting, and then just come out and fake. Yo, my friends is Simit, anyway there, big up. You are my teacher when it comes to security. You train me like a man, like a soldier that me not going now. You train me like me a mercenary, you. It's a baby. And today, I am living that right. God bless you, sir. No. Don't you want this? Come and tell us that, and Mr. Tufton, Christopher Tufton, and you say, oh, we have to, the Cuban doctors are not going anywhere. And to my surprise, me understand that over 300 guards already.
Yes. Yes.
I personally went to St. Joseph Clinic to where I met a Cuban doctor. I have a good time. And he give me number, and I call him, and I went down there. And I can say, thanks to the Cuban, I have my glasses, and my eyes are back to normal. The amount of people when we go down, they go see old people and poor people that they did there. If you don't go look about high, what are those people is going to do, Mr. Holness? For you to get a visa? But Mr. Holness, if you even take away your visa, you are going to get a trip over there. A trip is boiling up for you. You must watch your politics. And I know you have a privilege to be a prime minister. That not tell you say you're brighter than nobody. Because if you watch the internet now, and you see how they do Noriega and some other people, you know you're one. Why not? Come to the Chinese now. Yes. When I say Chinese, I'm not speaking about Jamaican Chinese who will have a ban around. Yeah. We are talking about the influx of Chinese. And what's that thing on the media with Ecuador, where Chinese go there with the road and belt, same thing, same way. And you take a start, they one part of Ecuador.
Yes.
And it's because of kickbacks.
Exactly.
We don't want get.
Exactly.
You never know that the day will come. When you put up a bucket and a pipe, and when it's full, what you believe I go happen? It a go run over. It a go run over. So you're in a run over mood now. And the Jamaican people are going to be the winner in spite of all the atrocity when you do it with. You tell me somebody if you buy gas seat, we can't pick the gas school. You tell me every man here, then gas line you see one turn around, take bulldozer and bulldozer I down. You know, come now with targeted operation. Somebody who bright on me tell me where target me. If target no mean that you set upon a point where he go knock.
All right. All right.
When I went to train, firearm, they show me target for probably 2 seconds, you put 2 in that and 4 seconds or whatever.
I see your bad sister Pat.
Yes, yeah. I said targeted operation. That means you target that man, if you don't kill him. That is target. And when you do that to our nephew, our son, our husband, our baby father, you expect us to go to vote for your son? Answer the question then, Mr. Antonis. Come in front of the class. Your sister, all the billions, them where your thief, and you just say can't help you now, sir.
Can't help you.
You cannot help you. Study America and see how America work. America does not drink his soup when it hot. America targeting drugs, Lord, and all of the corruption for 5, 15 years. So you see when they hold you, you get a good proper hold. All of the atrocity what you do to your one Jamaican people because of wealth. We are suffering. Our kids are dunce. Our kids cannot study the way they are because we, the parents and grandparents, cannot supply them with food. You say you raise minimum wages from 15 to 16,000, and when you are buying a scotch, just a scotch, you pay 20,000 for your scotch a shot, and your brother and sister work for you one entire week, the 15,000. Come on, Mr. Anjolis. That is how you put the hand by you.
Right.
You say Adventist Church Europe, you know? I can tell you that make 2 of us. And if there's anything in the world, Adventists teach moral, integrity, principle. That way the original Adventist church teach you. In the only teach you biblical thing, it teach you how to humble yourself against your fellow man and woman. It teach you to be gentle, to be kind, to be honest. And you turn yourself away because of greed. You collect the Caribbean. No other Caribbean country no have no building structure like we. And then the next thing, master, me hear say some high class up there got to go. The name cannot be on the ballot. Why is that so? Why is that so? Mr. Andrew Wallace,
Rubio said Chang has to go.
Mr. Boss, nothing is hiding because all the people you know, they're sick and tired of you. When they see their stomach roll, they want vomit, they want puke. But because that's compulsory. So we are going down on our knees with Lord and ask the good Lord to have mercy upon we, because we not do nothing for your country. So the people have voted you in. You give an election 2020 and you get in and all like that, you know, have a little regard for people. Eh? Tough time. You in the pandemic make much thousands of people dead because they didn't have accident. We not forget. We not forget you. All of the atrocity you see poor people we have half a bread and quarter this while we spread COVID. Plenty people never travel far in yet though they get COVID. Eh? We lock without hand in your yard. And you minister them, they find no movement there, shower labor right. But sorry, you know, it is no shower again us. That's all you are. Shower labor. And for all around you,
that's the part.
Beat them, Sister Pat.
Anybody can conduct 10% doctor time we go by.
Exactly.
Right? Dr. Jones, doctor, when you him out on the cleaner. Let me tell you, when Rubio attack, every time you hear Rubio say, I am not speaking of Jamaica.
Lamatel.
But you don't make it look how we are like we are idiot. But remember, we use up who can read. We mark you out. Right? We have knowledge, Mr. Andrew Wallace. You are in deep shit. You want and it's time for you to pack on your back and go. Your name is mixed up in too much. Teeth you said what money. What else you want to do with people? What Jamaican people have done, no. What Jamaican people do to make us so cruel? What kind of atrocity you bring down power? You know, every time if you go to Jamaica now, China have chopped boat. China have license, firearm. China old Jamaican can't pronounce their name. Me not talk about the Chang, the truck, and the house one them where we go with. So fung flang flu black blah we can't call them name. But they have and we do it in a Jamaican language. But they gonna have one permit. What can go so?
Sister Pat, call back that Chinaman name there for me again. Please, Sister Pat, repeat that name there from China for me.
Sister Pat, Melton Pat, if you repeat the Chinese name there again. Repeat the Chinese name again.
Why me have to salute them name then?
The most things, and then the most big life. Then picnic got the biggest school. I never remember I see a child picnic in a ordinary school.
Yeah.
Right? Never see them and no care them gonna turn atrocity. Then care pies not sell with the most bogus goods. And you sit down and drink scotch. But then you know, every single Jamaican in Jamaica, yam them one dumpling with little oil, say them prayers, drink some water, and sleep safe in the house. But you, we are drinking scotch, and yam the most big food. You're not happy. Because your head in a and you say, oh, God good. God is a strategic God. He make everything a hammer down for you when the election near must call. You know, near maybe. It near must call.
Yes.
You understand? So my brothers and my fellow classmates, let us continue burn the fire. Let us continue to pray and pray wholeheartedly because victory, dark tunnel, there's a silver light. And may we pray for the opposition leader and the PFP party, Mark Jefferson Golden, put him in a prayer. Ask God to protect him from the wicked vampire wolf them because we now put nothing past them because they will go at anything and stop at nothing to get state power. But in the name of Jesus Christ of Nazareth, the true and living God, the sun, the moon, the star, Mother Nature, and send thee back to the sender, and the walls and the horse must go down. Down, 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 down. Because we, the Jamaican people, have done you nothing, and you bring us to shame, disgrace, poverty. You kill our husband, you kill our son. You do it all the atrocity. You tell our children to go to school because we do not have a car seat. You take bulldozer, you don't even ask the court. But we know when people live on land and government want you serve them notice. You bypass the court, sir, and you call on your wall of JDF, have me helicopter, have my car, everything like we are going to war. Rock down your brother and sister house. Just to give land to a man who about 5 in 4 and 4 in whatever. And until now, you can't get 5 in 4, 4 in 5, 2 in 1, and nothing. You want to know if you sell out, a peel out, a jump out, a kick out. But it's too late. Too late, you cry. The nation cries upon you, sir. And you and your wife and your picnic, you shall suffer, you shall perish, you shall tormented, you shall have the money, and you run up and down the money, and the money now not used to no. You come and you talk, say, and you know want a political one, and you look sit another. No, you try on election. Miss your wife and give 5 and steel and plywood. Why the hurricane blow? Why would you never give a black steel, sand and cement and plywood? No hurricane, no blow, no earthquake, no come on, no way. Vote buying.
True that. True that.
Do not take their money. If you are
Exactly.
one dumpling, continue name the one dumpling. God will make you two soon name two.
Amen.
Pull forward, look forward in front of you, no look back. Name your dumpling, run away with the money.
That's right.
None of them can't come in front of this again.
All right.
Yes. So,
blaze of fire.
pick up and thank you.
Love you, Sister Pat.
Yes, Sister Pat.
What a, yeah, man, what an indictment, Sister Pat, roll out tonight.
Yeah, man.
Always love when Sister Pat call the program, you know, one of our soldiers, right?
Yes.
Fighting for justice. Really love her. Trust me, someone that we always look forward to, you know, bring a new energy to the program. Love your Sister Pat. Anyway, you're there. Pick up yourself. Now,
yeah, man.
Okay, we are getting another caller, right? So remember, caller, spending 15 minutes, Melting Pot is in the space, Pastor Ricky in the space, any question that you want to post to Pastor Ricky, Melting Pot or Byron, you know, the technical director, Sister Ann, then do so.
Hello. Good night. Good night. Good night.
Yes, man, we now left you alone, man. We find you back, man. Go ahead, my brother.
Boy, we just love it, you know, boy.
We love it, man.
We just fit the purpose, boy. I'm telling you, you know.
All right.
Yeah, man, I'm telling you, somebody from your heart, man. We are called for Hanover, Jamaica, brother.
Blessings, my brother. Love that and appreciate
I'm
that.
listening, brother. I'm listening to everything, brother. I'm telling you, boy. the judgment of boy in a courthouse to the boy. He just sink them because
Yes.
them did a look less of it get. I go ahead to deal with it. But me don't know. It's an anti-the said things could work like that. So wrong with these people, you know, sir.
A criminal them, man.
No respect for the rule of law.
Criminal them. No respect for the rule of law.
Gotta beat them. Gotta beat them.
There's no way to think you could win doing something like that, brother. And you really go to court to set up in the best for you. You see rich court, you just deal with it. You make a rich go to court and they're so embarrassing, brother.
Exactly. Remember, say the man want to take out the corruption act, you know. You know, say the man out, a criminal.
And the court show it out.
This man have no shame, and we have boy pity, you know. The man don't business about his children. You know that those children going to have to walk.
Exactly.
Down. Those children can talk to people, you know, care what money them have in Mr. Byron.
You're right, man. You're right.
People go and tell them who your party that thief.
Yeah.
These people possess money, wife. And here again, he don't have a good wife like you, know. Because if he didn't have a good wife, that woman wouldn't make this man reach to this level, brother.
So true. You're right. You're correct. So true.
And the man, this is the family a little boy I grow up. They realize that they say cool it down like nigga. This is Delroy Chuck. From the first thing when that man come in and Delroy Chuck and back him, I talk about say he was his lawyer. And he wife in a real estate and he have money when Peter Philip deal with him on the house. And the man come back down and make Delroy Chuck sink him for a smart way. Delroy Chuck not thinking you know. Because Delroy Chuck know say all the things that the man do. He not supposed to do it and let Delroy Chuck allow the man to do it and tell him to do it. Delroy Chuck smartly carry him right down to his knees. And he need to you know.
So true. You're correct, my brother. You're correct.
He really sit on that man, this young man make this big man tie him right down to his knees. Oh God, boy.
What a shame, eh?
God bless you, that. Keep up the
Blessings,
good work, sir.
blessings, my brother. Right, have a wonderful weekend, my brother.
Yeah, man. Blessing. Blessing.
Yes, thank you, Carla, for such lovely input. Thank you, Carla. Big up yourself.
Yeah, man.
All right. All right. All right.
We find back a thing them, brother, lie down and listen no. Because only so instrumental, brother, only so good, only those people, the facts, brother.
Yes. Nothing but the facts.
God bless you, brother. God bless you and your wife. Yes, sir.
All right.
Blessings.
You know what I mean?
Bless
Yeah. Callers like these energize us. Give us a push.
Yeah.
Because you understand them love a melting pot. You love a prosperity. Yes, caller, you're on Mystic Sensation Live. Go ahead.
Turn on the device in the background.
Yeah, turn off your device in the background.
Good night.
Yes, good night. Turn off your device in the background.
My first time calling, but
Yeah.
I'm always watching your program.
Thank you. I appreciate that very much.
Welcome to the program as well.
Bless you. God bless you.
Yeah, go ahead, my
My
sister.
first time calling, and I'm always watching your program.
Yeah.
I just want to say
Yes.
and remind Jamaican people and all who walks of life. Remember, there's a God who sits high and he looks low. And God is a God who deals with fairness. And a lot of persons who read the Bible can say and attest to it that we are like living in the time when Pharaoh hold God's people, that is the Israelites,
There you
and
go.
would not let them go. It doesn't matter what. But I just want to say to both parties, God is a just God, and He knows the heart and the intent of men before they even knew themselves. And we are living in a season where the heart of the present government is so desperate, so wicked, and so cold. I can attest that as a child growing up, I have never ever seen the Jamaica Labour Party done any good. I know as a child, my mother and my father used to do the crash program work. And I can remember as a child growing up when Mr. Seaga, the Jamaica Labour Party, came into government. The first thing Mr. Seaga said, he's going to throw the brooms in the river, in the sea, and they did. I remember Mr. Mike and Manny who brought in the Jamal program. My father died as one of the persons who have successfully learned through that program, who could have signed his name through that program. I remember one of his supervisors one Friday, and said, "Thank you, Jesus, for Jamal, because this man can sign his name." It was a problem for him to get paid because they used to brutalize him. And because of the program, I want to say to Jamaican people, be wise. And if they don't know their choice, see God, He will direct them. And I'm just praying that the opposing government put God to the test and just ask God to lead them, because I know that they are coming from a perspective of God, and I know that God is using these people to release their people. I have two granddaughters who attend the Immaculate Conception, and I cannot test if it had not been for Michael Manley, who says equal rights and justice, they could not have put their foot to Immaculate. So I want to say to the people, be wise, step inside and give the opposing party a chance. If they fail, then we have to rub them out just the same that we are doing to this present government. Yes. Because guess what? It's equal right and justice. And I'm just saying to you and Mr. Lonesome and all the other bloggers who are standing for the Jamaican people, continue to do the good work. People are out there praying for you. And remember, there's a few insiders who have not defiled their garment. People are praying for you. Good work. God bless you all.
Bless you too.
Well,
Thank you very much, God.
Believe you me, when you have caller like this, that, you know, call the program on it and, you know, speak so eloquently, right? We have to appreciate in terms of the level of endorsement that we are getting, right? Persons who are here, right, who listening to a melting pot, you know, person who are here listening to a Pastor Ricky, person who are here listening to a Byron, right? You know, it's phenomenal that truth matters, honesty and integrity matters, good governance matters.
Good night. Welcome to Mystic Sensation.
All right, go ahead, caller. You're on live.
Well, I was asking about Ruben's speech where you mentioned the travel advisory.
Yeah.
And I think Jamaican journalists are sensitive. He was speaking about the gangs, right? Remember that part of the speech where he was talking about the gangs. And he said he would review the term. That was the exact word. He would review the term that they used.
Yes.
Well, I see Jamaicans celebrating that Ruben said he would review the travel advisory. Where in the speech did he say he would review the advisory?
He never said it. He never said it.
I listen about the speech because I'm sure he said that when he was speaking, he
You're
was
perfectly
talking
right.
about the gangs. I'm saying the gangs, it's not Jamaica alone. It's all of us, so they need to review the term. But that's a Jamaican celebrating, the business people celebrating that the Secretary of State said he would review the travel advisory.
Yeah.
Tufton said 130 doctors. But they still influence social media is telling now that the Cuban doctors are going home. Why would you send on the doctors if you know it will decimate our health system further than what it is? Why would you be sending on so much doctors at one time?
Very good question.
Does that make any sense?
Can't make any sense. Can't make any sense.
And bow.
And the caller is perfect because remember what the caller is saying. We have a gap as it relates to we not having adequate doctors to spread. And now you are going to now take away, right, from what we have. Remember, what we have as it relates to the United States is doing a travel advisory, category 4 level, travel advisory. And what we have, we are the Cuban doctors in space. And yet now you are going to take out, you are going to reduce that. Oh my goodness.
Think about it, the visa and the this is nothing with Jamaican people. Okay. We might have 100%. The man is in shit. We don't tell them. We don't want to lose it. That's how I want to get to that.
Well, let me tell you something, Carla. What you just said a while ago, the probability is very high in terms of entrepreneurs losing him seat, you know. There's no joke about that.
Somebody talk about the right truck since night. Remember 2016, before I think it's 20 years ago, when Arkansas ran against him. And the truck was one. Everything there, connection now. Because I'm saying Andrew wasn't good enough. And to say Chuck, no, Chuck coming out and defending and the same lawyer was been in politics for so long. Then Chuck, the crash we're not telling no less.
Oh my goodness.
It's like how to put that spell on them. Just everybody, the media, the JPMP, and nobody must say Andrew not wrong. Everybody is for the left, right, and center.
And why?
One more thing. You remember, you should have made that. You remember when Andrew came out and said, remember the power to find people and they can do that. And this information minister come out and say, oh, nothing like that. They don't know, no, we have nothing to find anybody. The only media person come out and said, but minister, the prime minister did say that.
No.
Not even one.
No.
So what kind of comfortable media money? Remember the one who brought in the Integrity Commission.
Yes.
And instead media people is to push to get rid of the corruption. Then finding ways to find all kind of negative things to say about man. What does that tell about the society that we have now? When we say everybody is into corruption because everybody is benefiting from the corruption, then so man, as long as they see them pocket, I get something out of it.
Excuse me, caller. One sec. Sorry, one sec, caller. You have a noise, a feedback coming in through the phone. Is there a fan or something else at another device on? Okay, yeah, it's causing a terrible feedback.
So because of that, they don't want to bring out certain things, but the media is one of the biggest problems in Jamaica right now.
I agree with you.
We need to get to the media is the biggest problem because they don't fact check Mark, they don't fact check Andrew. If Andrew tell a lie today, and tomorrow come back and say something different, nobody in the media, nobody. Not all about planets, not even one. But make Mark let Mark flip, and everybody down in a Mark stage.
Yeah, Big Mama, I run out.
I run every election, and I make sure I vote as polling station open. I vote. I want everybody. I don't follow police. I remember Michael Manley said, I was there, but Michael Manley said 150 times a strong card around.
Right.
And the last election,
Yeah.
we don't want to vote.
Want to vote.
So everybody come out and we're not 100% vote that turnout this time because we need to get to that table.
Yeah, man, we need it.
Okay, thank you very much.
Well, and I want to say, you know, we really appreciate for you to call it, to call the program. Your input is quite important, right? And please feel free to call in again.
These programs, because I learned so much from these programs.
Yes.
The small that was going to work, and I stopped and gave two, a father and a son, right? And I was asking them if they were going to vote. And they said no. So I said, why? Then don't say anything to vote for. I said, true. So them say, no, we say, so you will rather live under the dictatorship. So I said, oh, come by that. So I started explaining things.
Yes.
And when I started explaining some of the things, you know, those persons, because like me, I don't watch local news anymore. My TV just stay by the tune. So that's Jamaicans don't know it because the media mainstream media don't give out certain information. When I tell them about anti-bank account to the $400 and something million in there, they're the first I'm hearing about it.
My goodness.
Sorry, caller. One sec, caller. Is there a fan blowing or something else on? Because you're coming through very. I figured that the fan was blowing. That's why it's.
Have another device.
So I think we need to get someone to start educating the people because as much as they're on social media, some people just not getting it. And they're not aware of the problems in the country, what they are facing.
Yes.
So I don't know how them do it, but especially the younger ones, some of them learning, but I think a lot more needs to be done for them to really understand the peril we're going into. I was explaining what the government wants to do with the new constitution, or they want to get rid of the opposition completely.
Yes.
Persons don't understand that, and Mark need to go out and make the people know say the government treat them left, right, and center.
That's true.
Yes, when we leave it like and the evening.
Don't talk about that.
Someday when I come and they get up, I'm going to say Andrew no more.
Yes.
But just like say Andrew, I hear him voice. I just don't like to see him or listen to him. I don't like hearing.
And that's a fact.
Every come out and declare. Then rather give up them visa, but I send on the Cuban. All I'm talking about, we're working the hell. Not the one shit, sorry. It's not been nothing, because they don't say nothing to me. Trump and we will tell him to do. Because, but I don't even have a visa right now anyway, because for a long time I don't see him travel going away. So maybe he don't, maybe the man take it and we don't even know.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
But I'm not going away, I see my going away again.
Exactly.
Last couple of months, the last part of 24. One way I'm not here. When I see I'm going away. When I see my going away again, so we don't know if it still have no visa. So maybe I try to get back to my friend. It's us.
Exactly. Exactly.
Sometimes I come in there, but I try to get up more time. Sometimes I watch it back in the days.
Yeah, man, really appreciate it.
Have a good night.
Same to you.
All right.
Take care.
Okay.
All right. All right.
Yes, caller, you're on Mystic Sensation Live. Go ahead.
Hello, Mr. Byron. Good evening to you, sir, and your wonderful wife. Good evening to your erudite panel. I'm sitting here and watching and listening to the program. And, so many things come to my mind. I don't know if I'll be able to handle one, but something comes to my head. And, I remember Mr. Nigel Clark during his presentation in the budget. Was it last year? He carried a whole bag of red cards.
Yes, it was last year.
Yeah, and I raised red card for this and red card for that. But there's one red card where I wonder how many people in Jamaica notice it. Because it is so big, it's like a sheet of cartridge paper. The red card that I see, and I wonder how many Jamaicans looking into this thing. You realize that most of the institutions of government that the average person has to interact with on a day-to-day basis has been taken into the office of the Prime Minister.
Yeah.
The National Land Agency.
Yes.
The Titles Office. Water Commission.
Yes.
And
NEPA.
I could go on and on because there are at least 19 of them.
Yes.
And when you look at all the land question of titles and land, notice in the past couple of years how many people come out on different platforms and leak out about them land.
Oh, yes.
Land titles mysteriously disappear.
Oh, yes.
And so many other questions. Realize what is happening in a housing trust. So people like me, people who work minimum wage or above, housing trust is not a thing where you volunteer, no, it is statutory. So everybody pays housing trust.
Yes.
And then take the money from housing trust, loan it over to these big developers, and they build some upscale housing complexes where the common man can't pass the security guard at the gate going in. Let alone think of buying it.
Yes.
You know, that is a red flag where the average person must look at. You can't get through nothing without go through the office of the Prime Minister. You understand? And most of these ministries that are under his portfolio, I think it's just a folder in a filing cabinet because there's no staff to deal with the issues. I can tell you, I think I'm older than all of you guys. In my experience, I have never seen a prime minister who is upfront in everything that's happening in every ministry. If it's an indigent house to be handed over, he's there doing a photo op with ribbons. If it's road work to begin, he's there. If it's a water line to be laid, he is there. And he's always telling people about you have been tricked. And this thing about a battle for the minds.
Yes.
Does he have any sense of introspection? I mean, does he take time to look at himself?
He needs introspection, as what you said. He needs that.
Yeah. Today, I was watching another program. I think it's Andre Stevens.
Yes.
And something came to light. This man, I think it was today too, he was over in one section, St. Mary. It was a water project, and he was there. I saw him gesticulating and hopping up and down like one little bird where we know we call hopping dick. You know? Just jumping around and waving like he thinks he's a magician and can hypnotize people. And they were in the process of laying down the pipes. And there was a video that came through. Well, you know, videos can be photoshopped, but this one really looked real to me.
Yes.
The residents were there bawling out after a couple of hours after. So how come as the Prime Minister come up, put water here, so as he gone and come and pick up the pipe?
Oh my goodness.
It happened in St. Mary today. So I basically I just want to commend you people who are on social media, enlightening the public, because without you guys, we would not be aware of a lot of things that's happening in our country, because for one reason or another, mainstream media not putting it out. And I give thanks to the PNP government for introducing cellular phones to the country, that people, can get more information.
There you go.
And nobody can stop it. You understand?
Yes.
I want all my Jamaican people who are listening to me tonight to know that it is not a matter of JLP or PNP. It is a matter of saving the country and the future of our children and the generations to come in generally.
Amen.
Most of our assets, a whole lot of it has already been sold, and I believe that there's a lot more on the books to be sold or to be given away. I have no real problem in foreigners coming to our country, living there and investing there, because Jamaicans are all over the world, and I would want them to do well, and certain level of prejudice, or I wouldn't want it to be extended to them. So Jamaica, we welcome foreigners, but there has to be terms and conditions. When I look at all the business thing in Jamaica, one time we had Jamaicans who owned wholesales and supermarkets and stuff like that. Now, in every major town in Jamaica, without exception, the smallest town in Jamaica, you go there, Chinese operate a business.
We have to put that in check. We have to put that in check.
Yeah, we have to put that in check. So and not only that, these people have a paved road for them to start business, in the sense that they get, I think, a 5-year tax waiver.
Look at that. 5 years.
They have the 5 years tax waiver. They can run them business, and at the end of 5 years, all they have to do is close it.
And switch it over to someone else.
Yeah, and switch it to another Chinese.
Because I'm correct, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My God.
We in Jamaica, we are looking at some of these Chinese people, and because they may be small in stature and then we think that they are nice people. A lot of prisoners are here to work in Jamaica.
Yeah.
They're closely monitored, and most of the money that they work is changed out into US dollars and sent back to China.
Well, Melting Pot mentioned that.
Yeah, and I think that is one of the main reasons for the decline in our economy, because the money not staying here.
There you go.
Going away.
There you go.
Can you make a deal like that?
They have the wealth, and they can bring just about anything they want. Chinese are famous for making fake goods. They make all fake cabbage and lettuce.
Lord Jesus, we know that.
Fake chicken,
fake chicken,
and all them something. I saw a video once coming. I don't know who did it, but it was in China. Somebody cooking oil that comes from there, out of the train from behind restaurants.
It's crazy.
We need to take care of our people, sir. And I am happy. I didn't hear all of Mr. Golding's presentation as far as how they plan to run, but I heard enough, and I am hoping that Jamaican people spend time to listen and gravitate towards the philosophy.
So true.
Mr. Golding is a man. He displays integrity.
Definitely.
Because you can be sure that if there was one grain of dirt,
oh my goodness, they would find it.
And you would have festival with it, a festival time.
Yes, they would find it. They would find it.
The thing that they had over him was this thing about dual citizenship, and I am sorry that he bowed, because every smart Jamaican know that is irrelevant.
Irrelevant.
Okay. Yeah,
Exactly.
right now the JLP has people in their party. Mrs. What's her name? Strange, Matthew
Canadian
Samuda,
citizenship.
Yeah.
and the lady of St. Thomas the Charles.
Yes.
All of them have foreign citizenship.
Including Matthew
Have
Samuda.
not yet. Yes, Samuda, it has not yet come to light whether or not they have revoked that.
Yes.
You know? But for me, as a Jamaican, I don't see that as a matter of real importance, you know. It just goes to show how the JLP try to use trivialities to distract the people.
Yeah, exactly.
You understand?
Exactly.
Mr. Golding, I don't see Mr. Golding as a white man. And sometimes when I listen to some broadcasts or even some bloggers refer to him as a white man, it kind of cuts me.
Small-minded
Because
people.
he's a born Jamaican.
Yes.
You know? So, may not keep it long, sir.
All right.
I commend you guys. People like you, we know some Jamaican Carlos, hat off for the press, Andre Stevens.
Yes.
Thank you guys for keeping us aware. Keep up the good work.
Yes, man.
And as I heard a caller say earlier, may God bless you all.
Thank you for the endorsement.
You guys have the best interest of the country at heart. You are not people seeking political appointments or positions.
There you go.
Want the country to work.
Good. Yeah.
All right. Thank you for the endorsement. We appreciate it.
And thanks for the pronouncement.
Thank you very much. Have a good night.
Blessing yourself.
Thank you.
All right. That being said, wifey, let me just hand over Jeopardy to you. And I want to say, Melting Pot and Pastor Ricky, a big thanks to you to always make it mystic sensation. Right? I mean, we are so happy, right, to always have you, right? As it relates to your input, right, and your passion, love for country, and the care for your Jamaican people. We are saying continue, right, on that good journey. Melting Pot, big up yourself. Pastor Ricky, big up yourself.
Sir Byron, Lady Anne-Marie, Melton, blessings.
Big
Everyone,
up yourself. Yeah, man. Blessings.
Blessings.
Yeah.
All right.
Nice. Yes.
All right, guys, we are going to go into Jeopardy, but I just want to say one thing before we start, because on this whole thing of the Chinese operating business in Jamaica, remember that if the Jamaican people does not support the business and they're not making money, they will have to leave. But as long as we keep supporting them in terms of spending our money in their establishment, they are not going to leave. They're going to be rooted because they are making what they came to make, because people are still going in and support them. We need to support our local business people and stop supporting them. When you stop supporting them, then they will have to leave. All right, so we are going to go into Jeopardy, and remember, we are playing for credit. Let me just get the screen up and sharing. So we're playing for credit. The person with the most points gets 1,000 Jamaican dollars credit, digital or flow. And then we have 4 runners up of $500 Jamaican each, digital or flow. And these are the categories that we have. Let me just take away the logo. All right, so these are the categories that we have tonight. Car logos, emoji phrases, reggae music, Jamaican food, and Jamaican brand. So, as usual, somebody throw out a category and for how many points, and the first one that I see, then we will start with that. Yes, Jennifer, that's what we have to do. We can't keep complaining that they're taking over businesses and stuff, and yet we're still walking into their establishment and supporting them. They're not going to leave because they're making the money. You can complain all you want and then go in there. They're not going to leave. You have to stop supporting them. Buy from your local businesses.
That we have to do.
They will have to lock shop because they're going to go into bankruptcy because they're not making money, so they'll have to leave. But as long as they're continue making money, they're going to be rooted. All right, so let's see. Well, our people need to start practicing what they're doing and start trying to sell certain things in bulk as well and cheaper. And sometimes some of our shopkeepers, to be honest, can do better with the prices of their goods. Some of them can do better, to be honest. All right. Because the time got truck life. All right, so somebody throw out a category and for many points so that we can start, Reggae Girl. 300. Which category are you choosing, Reggae Girl?
I bet it's a truck life still today.
Of course, truck life is still there. Which category for 300 is it, Reggae Girl? Let me go up and see if I missed it. Oh, reggae. Oh, she's doing reggae music now for 200. All right. This famous Jamaican artist released an album entitled Upside Down in 2020. This famous Jamaican artist, the black one. No, this famous Jamaican artist released an album entitled Upside Down in 2020. Name the artist. And remember that when you're answering in the form of a question. If it's a place or thing, then it is what is, and then the answer. If it's the name of a person, then it's who is, and then the answer. Oops, sorry. Wrong. There. So remember, you have there is truck life.
Ready to truck life today. I just said it. And truck life is there.
The bubbles get burst. All right. Truck life for laugh. All right. So I see the answer that I'm looking for. So I'm not gonna delay. As soon as I see the answer, then I'm just gonna go reveal. So it is who is BUCHANAN, and that is for 200 points. So first on the board is Truck Life with 200 points. So Truck Life, choose the next category. And for how many points? Okay, music for 300. So it's continuing with music. Oh, and it's a W score already.
Seriously?
This genre of Jamaican music was created in the late 1960s. So this genre of Jamaican music was created in the late 1960s. And we have three possible answers. Any one of those three that I see will be accepted. So there are three possible answers. So any one of those three that I see will be accepted. The first one that I see out of the three will be the one chosen to get the points. Bless up, Daniel.
Daniel, big up yourself.
Remember, you have to answer in the form of a question. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is what is ska, rock steady, or reggae? Any one of those three. So those were started in the 1960s. So ska, rock steady, or reggae. And that is for 300 points, and that 300 points is going to be doubled, so 600 points for that, for the person who came in with the correct response. All right, let me just, because there are so many, my chat is freezing up on both my devices. Let me just see if it is better now. I need to refresh. Okay. Let me burn up. All right, first on the board with the correct response is Truck Life. So 600 points for Truck Life. And other persons came in with the other with the others like reggae, others say ska, yeah. So other persons came in with the answer as well. All right, so choose another category, truck life, and for how many points? Burning up.
Turn on the phone.
Which fan? No fan down here. So we're not the basement, we're upstairs. Oh, double score, not double points. Sorry, double score. I forgot you were on the board already, truck life.
So doubling score now?
Yeah, doubling score. So yeah, double that. Sorry, I forgot you were on the board. So it's 300. No, so take off the 600, change the 600 to 300, and then double the, yeah. Forgot you were on the board already. Sorry, my bad. And then double that. All right, so music for 400. This reggae legend was dubbed the name Crown Prince of Reggae. This reggae legend was dubbed the name Crown Prince of Reggae.
What do you want?
Yes.
Oh.
Yes. All right, so this reggae legend was dubbed the name Crown Prince of Reggae, and I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is who is Dennis Brown, and that is for 400 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response, and as usual, remember I have to refresh because you're gonna see your answer coming up first. So once you refresh the screen, then you will see the actual order in which the answers came in. So first on the board is Donmel, 400 points with Dennis Brown. Then others came in with Dennis Brown as well.
Donmel, 400 points. So the score as it is, Donmel on 400 points, truck life on 1,000 points.
Is Andrew in the chat? I'm saying Andrew for sure. Bless up, Andrew. Welcome. Happy Friday. The prodigal son has returned from exile. Who exiled you? Who exiled you, Andrew? Sure it wasn't me. All right. So Don Melly said music for 500. This famous Jamaican artist's given name is Javon Ferran. This famous Jamaican artist's given name is Javon Ferran. What is his stage name? What is his stage name? Reggae girl, it has to do with the speed of your internet. And some people might be lagging, so your one may be lagging. Okay, just one person. All right. I see the answer that I am looking for. Let's look at the spelling. Yes, and the spelling is correct. Why did I? Who is Massacre? And that is for 500 points. So 500 points goes to Truck Life. 500 points goes to Truck Life. So Truck Life, choose the next category. And for how many points? Music is completing music. Bob Marley's birth name. What was Bob Marley's name at birth? What name did his mama give him at birth? Remember, you have to start with who is. All right, I see the answer known delays, and it is who is Robert Nesta Marley, and that is for 100 points. Let's see who picked up those 100 points. Dunmel for 100 points, and others came in with Robert Nesta Marley. All right, so Dunmel, choose the next category, and for how many points? All right, so Jamaican food for 200. Made with coconut milk, mackerel, pepper, scallion, and thyme. Made with coconut milk, mackerel, pepper, scallion, and thyme. Name the food. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for. And it is, what is mackerel rundown or down? Mackerel is already in there, so you don't necessarily have to put it back. So if you don't put it back, that's fine, because we know that it's mackerel rundown, because mackerel is already in the ingredients listed. And that is for 200 points. So let's see who picked up those 200 points. Let me refresh. All right, Truck Life for 200 points, and everybody else came in with rundown as well. So rundown or rundown, I get tongue tied. All right, food for 300. Fried bread made from cassava flour. Fried bread made from cassava flour. What is that? Name the food. Fried bread made from cassava flour. All right, I see the answer known delays, and it is what is Bami, and that is for 300 points. So Bami for 300 points. Now some Bami in the freezer from when.
No, what is it?
Me dey eat some, I don't know about you, but need to eat some more. And that is for 300 points. So let's see who picked up those 300 points. Truck Life. And everybody else also came with
300 points, Truck Life.
Mm-hmm. All right, so next category, continuing with food for 400. Ground provision pudding. A ground provision that is used to make pudding. What name the pudding? One sec. Name the pudding. Okay. Chat. Hold on. All right. Let's see who came in. Let's see. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for. Okay. And it is sweet potato pudding. So what is sweet potato pudding? And that is for 400 points. So let's see who picked up those 400 points. Let me just refresh. Okay, so it started there. Dunmel, 400 points. What is sweet potato? You don't have to have pudding at
400
the end
points for
because-
Dunmel?
Yeah, because pudding was already in the statement or the question.
Score as it is. Dunmel on 900 points. Shop Life on 2,000 points. Only 2% on the board.
Right, Jamaican food for 500. This is a famous combination snack. Was had by children in the 80s to 90s after school. So this is a famous combination snack. Was had by children in the 80s to 90s after school. All of the persons them who were in that era run out. When I run out. It's a combination snack. Come on, people, who all were in the era, it's a combination. That means it's more than one thing. Remember, especially on a Friday, your parents are giving the money for your car home a bag of it and something for wash it down.
A bag of it.
A bag of it and something for wash it down. Come here, tell us, say, there's nothing else that can match that taste until today.
How about that?
All right, I see the answer that I am looking for. And it is, what is bulla and milk or the Nutribun? The Nutribun, it's supposed to be the Nutribun and milk. So either the bulla or the Nutribun, because the bulla, Nutribun and milk. So let's see which one comes up first. You remember them little round bun then at the back and the bulla with the bulla that tastes like ginger and
Yeah, Nutribun and milk. You saying it, you know, you
may I tell you, my parents always make sure they give you some change to make sure you carry one bag.
I don't know if you remember, because we used to get lunch at school, you know, like bulgur with meat and something. Yeah.
All right, so truck life, what is Nutribulla and milk or Nutribun and milk? So
much points?
500 points. All right, and everybody basically came. Some people forgot the milk.
Yeah.
Okay.
You say enjoy that one.
Truck life food for 100. Fried batter made with saltfish and banana. Everybody run out. And remember, we used to get the fried dumpling. I think it was on a Thursday. They make it in a rolls and then them stuff it with corned beef and give you sherry malt milk with it at school for lunch. Yeah, it's in the garage. And these the I tell you. When you drink the cherry malt milk, you know, because it's rich.
Cherry malt milk? Who can ask cherry malt again?
Because the water down now, you have cherry malt in some stores, the water down and the chocolate milk.
In some store here?
Yep.
What do you say?
You can find cherry malt in some places.
You just eat by it.
All right. I see the answer that I'm looking for. What is fritters? And that is for 100 points. Yeah, 100 points. Let's see who picked up those 100 points. All right, let's see who first came in. So write this up. So first on the board with the correct response is Truck Life for 100 points, and everybody else also came in with it. All right, so Truck Life is going brands for 500. Brands for 500. A line of first aid products for treating cuts and bruises, mostly known for their mineral oils. And remember, it's Jamaican brands. So Jamaican brands, a line of first aid products for treating cuts and bruises, mostly known for their mineral oil. All right, let's see the answer that I'm looking for, and it is what? It's Benjamin's. So Benjamin's is that brand. Even off the S. Truck Life for 500 points. Andrea left off the S. You have to
Truck
make
Life, 500 points?
Yeah, it's not Benjamin, it's Benjamin's. Yes, Jerry, used to get khaki material. We used to get the white material for make the blouse and the dark blue material for make the uniform. One whole heap you go home with.
You was powerful.
You get your book and your pencil.
Yes, ma'am.
The only thing your parents needed to do was get you a bag, socks, and shoes. All right, sorry, let me reveal the board. Sorry. Continuing with brands for 400. Oh, it's a double point answer. Known as the people's favorite bakery, it is one of Jamaica's original country bakeries founded over 75 years ago. Known as the people's favorite bakery, it is one of Jamaica's original country bakeries found over 75 years ago, and it's a double point answer. Remember, the spelling has to be correct. And the me said, Andrea, you said that. Don't worry, man, it soon come back. You just need to exercise your fingers some more, get back into the Olympics. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is what is Whitfield Bakery with the H after the W. Let me just enlarge these because my eyes are playing tricks on me right now. All right, so let's see who picked up those 800 points because it's a double point answer. Truck Life.
How much? How many?
800 points.
Whoa.
Yeah, 800 points. Hush, Andrew. All right, so it's continuing with brands for 300. This company is the Caribbean's largest supplier of premium quality fish. Everybody run out. This company is the Caribbean's largest supplier of premium quality fish. All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for, no delays, and it is what is rainforest. Rainforest seafoods. It doesn't matter if you don't put that. It's rainforest because it's fish, seafood. And that is for 300 points. So let's see who picked up. Oh yeah. Let's see who picked up those 300 points. Andrew for 300 points.
Andrew?
And everybody else also came in with rainforest. All right, so Andrew, choose the next category and for how many points? Brands. Okay, continuing with brands. From fresh produce line, which includes ripe and green bananas, pineapples and coconuts to cassava and breadfruit chips. So from fresh produce line, which includes ripe and green bananas, pineapples and coconuts to cassava and breadfruit chips. Name the company or name the brand. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for. Donmel, you are logging. Donmel is now logging as well. See the answer, and it is what is St. Mary's. So you have St. Mary's banana chips, cassava breadfruit chips, and all of that. And that is for 200 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. Chocolate for 200 points. Others came with St. Mary, but left off the first S.
Chocolate for 200 points?
Yeah. Chocolate, choose the next category and for how many points? It's apostrophe. Hold on. Hold on. The box set.
Hold it.
You know, say hand and foot. There's some people that they might need. Understand? Oh, yes, you are correct. It has an apostrophe. So the point goes to, did you give give the 200 to Andrew?
Andrew?
That's an apostrophe, yeah.
So take away about the 200 from
yeah, and give to Andrew. So he's saying brands for 100. So that point went to Andrew Chocolate because it has an apostrophe. I just checked it. It has an apostrophe. All right. This became Jamaica's first 100% locally manufactured energy drink. Everybody run out. This became Jamaica's first 100% locally manufactured energy drink. Everybody run out. The dominoes are falling already.
Exactly. Yeah.
It's the step down. All right. Right. I hear you, I hear the Andrew loud and clear. Maxine for 100 points.
Maxine?
Oh my goodness.
Maxine
so
for
it is
100
what
points?
is boom. Sorry, the answer is what is boom.
So
Yeah,
Maxine?
Maxine for 100 points. I'm giving away the points already and didn't show the answer. So it is boom. All right, so Maxine, choose the next category and for how many points? So we have car logo. How many points you want it for, Maxine? Between 100 to 500. How many points? 100? Okay. All right. Which car company uses that logo? Which car company used that logo? And somehow we get to finish the game. Don't show me anything else. Which car company used that logo? All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for, and it is what is BMW. Everybody run out. All right, let's see who first came in with the correct response, who picked up those 100 points. Truck Life, 100 points. So Truck Life, choose the next category and for how many points?
Took like 100 points, right?
500. I'm going big. Which car company uses this logo? Which car company used that logo? Let's see if I can. No, can't make it any smaller. So which car company used that logo? And it's a double point answer. Where is it? Yeah, it's a double point answer. So that's 1,000 points for the correct answer. All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for, and it is what is Renault. So Renault car company uses that logo. So let's see. To check the spellings. Truck Life for 1,000 points.
1,000 points for Truck Life?
So Truck Life, choose the next category and for how many points? So it's going up 400. Oops, didn't even release it. Which car company used that logo? Everybody run out. Which car company used that logo? All right, I see the answer that I am looking for. All right. And it is, what is RAM or Dodge RAM? Let's just say RAM or Dodge RAM. And that is for 400 points. Or Dodge. It has to have RAM in it. So it's either RAM or Dodge RAM. Okay, so that's where. So Andrew with 400 points.
Andrew with 400 points?
Mm-hmm. Choose the next category and for how many points? Let me just do something. Sorry, let me just clear that. So 300. Which car company used that logo? Everybody run out. Okay. All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for, and it is what is Mitsubishi. So let's see who. Truck Life for 300 points. Then everybody else also came in with Mitsubishi. All right, so Truck Life, next category, and for how many points? Almost don't just one category there now. So, all right, it's finishing logo. Which car company uses that logo? All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for, and it is Chevrolet. So what is Chevrolet? And that is for 200 points. Let's see who first came in with those 200 points. Don Mel. Oh, see an R in there. Oh my God. Let me get glasses. Sorry, let me get glasses. Let me just look. Yeah, it's in there. All right, so Don Mel for 200 points. I wrote that down. Okay, so he's doing emoji phrases for 300. All right, what is that emoji? What does that emoji phrase signify? Give me the phrase for that emoji. That is 300. All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for, and it is what is Apple TV, and that is for 300 points. Let's see who picked up those 300 points. Donmel for 300 points. Donmel, how many points? 400. Emoji phrase. What is the emoji phrase? All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for, and it is what is starfish, and that is for 400 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. What's this? Okay. Donmel started, but I guess he was struggling to get it all, but he still managed to get it at the end. What is starfish? So he still first basically came in first, although hello, easy. What is star? What is okay? What is starfish? Okay, and then others also came in with starfish. So that was for what? 400 points. So Donmel 400 points. And how many how many points, Donmel? 500.
Score as it is, Maxine on 100 points. Andrew, 900 points. Donmel, 1,800 points. And Shock Life, 1,700 points. What Donmel come past Shock, man? Shock Life?
All right. So, emoji phrase. All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for, and it is what is fishbowl. All right, so fishbowl, and that is for 500 points. So let's see who picked up those 500 points. Donmel, 500 points. All right, Donmel, 200. Okay. Emoji phrase. Yes, Truck Life, he said 1,700.
She's 1,700.
Oh, chocolate. Yes, Baron, your maths now maths out at all. Put down the phone and maths out your maths, please. And nobody give me no what you call him there? The former finance minister, Nigel Clark maths.
Well, this seems like I gotta put on the
Why the maths that maths in? Come, do it over. If you have 1,700 from up here, so then you have 2,000. So how the hell you end up with
2,600, 3,100.
Now score.
How are they going on that score? 3,900, 4,100.
People.
Oh, I guess
okay.
3,900, 3,100. What the box side this?
Okay. So what is nosy, okay. And that is for 200 points.
Okay, no, 5. No man.
Andrew 200 points, and I'd put Andrew 200.
No, so talk like 5,300.
So put on Andrew now 200 points, and
sorry about that. Sorry about that. I'm gonna get that wrong. Okay, so sorry about that. Maxine 100 points, Andrew 900 points, Daniel 2,500, and Chuck Life 5,300. Because even me I say the
Well, Chuck Life, he had a Pro Box moment.
yeah, that is a Pro Box moment. Chuck Life, that is a Pro Box moment.
All right, this is the last one. So, emoji phrase.
What a piece of calamity.
You reach at 2,500 there, so, and then you regress and I end up with 1,700.
Say, one leave?
The last one that.
So Chuck Life would it automatically take the night away.
Yes, Mr. Bram, you had a Pro Box moment. The math's not maxing out at all.
Yeah. Unbelievable.
Oh my goodness. Bless up yourself, Mr. Bram. All right, so just one person. Okay, I see the answer, and it is what is Crybaby, and that is for 100 points, and the board is empty. So let's see who picked up those 100 points, and then we will see who is the winner. So Andrew, yes, for 100 points, and then you can now tally. Make sure the maths out, you know.
The maths out.
So congratulations to everyone who was able to participate. Congratulations to those who made the board.
So
congratulations
to
the winner.
All right. So we only have 4 persons that made the board. Maxine on 100 points. Andrew on 1,000 points. Daniel 2,500 points, and Chuck Life taking the night away with 5,300 points.
Oh my goodness. So congratulations. The grammar is the try my fingers too fast. Man, if you try, maybe you'll start outshining all of them because everybody started as
yeah, but you have to tell me,
especially Truck Life.
Yeah, tell him the issue with Truck Life.
Truck Life used to be the 6 box.
Never used to make the board, and now Truck Life.
Always end up being
you understand? So many games Truck Life won.
It's a matter of practice. The race is not for the swift, but who can endure to the end. All right, so this is the one. Okay. Maxine, so I don't think I have a number for you. So you're going to message me on WhatsApp because you have a $500 credit. If you are not in Jamaica and you want to donate it to somebody in Jamaica or somebody, you know, with a Jamaica number, you can give me that number on WhatsApp and make sure you tell me whether it's Digicel or Flow. Let me just put the number in the chat again, or I can just let it stream across the screen. So write down the number and WhatsApp me on that number. 568-6287. Right, and make sure you indicate whether it is Digicel or Flow, and then that number will be credited with a $500 credit. All right. So, guys, thank you so much for your participation as usual, and thank you for also the discussion earlier. Thank you also for participating in the discussion earlier. Really appreciate each and everyone, and welcome to all our new subscribers. Welcome to the Mystic Conversation family. Welcome. Thank you to those who have been here from the beginning. Thank you for those who join us along the journey. Really appreciate the continued support, the words of encouragement, and also the pronouncement in wishing us good blessings from the Lord and stuff. Really appreciate that. Andrew said, Mystic Sensation, seeing that I've been in exile, Will I get a birthday in the form of 500 times? Oh my goodness. Now, since you're a prodigal son, you have to earn your way back. All right, guys. So we're gonna end the live. Remember, Maxine to message me on WhatsApp, and I have everybody else's number. Anything change that you want me to send a different number, make sure you message me and indicate that. And remember that I need to have the provider in order for it to go to the person who you want to get it. Okay. All right, so Don Melly saying, thanks for another wonderful evening. See you all on Reason with Ratigan at 2 o'clock Jamaican time and 3 o'clock New York time. Right, so make sure you tune into Reason with Ratigan and all the other platforms that are out there spreading the message, educating each and every one of us. And guys, remember, those who have not enumerated as yet, Pastor Ricky was saying that EOJ offices are going to be open until midday tomorrow. I'm not sure what time it's going to start, but I guess you can go on and Google it. Information must be on the internet. So see what time they open and make sure you go. If you have not yet registered to vote, go and register. The deadline is on the 31st. I think the 31st is on Monday. So make sure, because if you are not registered, you cannot vote. And voting right now is the only way we have to make the necessary changes that we have to make right now. And then afterwards, then we can start the cleanup. Exactly. We can start sweep out. Right. Sweep out, go. Sweep them where them need for go. All right. So talk about that. So thank you so much, guys. Really love and appreciate each and every one of you, and stay blessed. Have a wonderful weekend until Tuesday. Walk good and travel on the gravel. And be safe. All right. Well done.